fucking tree.
Monkeys up there in the trees, one working each tree, harvesting together. They're not ready yet for the full-blown day's work of a working monkey, but they're getting...
Oh,
Alright guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like there's no way.
see, I don't think they should be working like 8-hour shifts. I feel like they should work like an hour.
You'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish, but this monkey is making...
And then they get to do whatever the fuck they want.
real experience in an actual field.
Kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call them every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, I don't know if they should work an 8-hour. Like if you're making yeah, you also get benefits from your employer and you're a human living the monkey working 9 to 5. I think that's probably animal abuse. I think that's crazy.
All right, guys, enough of
Compensation for that? Yeah, they need a 401k and benefits.
the school.
Living in a society that like understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like society chose that.
But enough of the practice. Bowie, it is time for some actual harvesting. Huh?
The three
He's on his like maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And yeah.
apprentices perform surprisingly well. They need constant coaxing.
That's a lot of fucking coconut.
Oh,
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are going to argue whether or not this is abuse. Outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
Flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it.
That's man.
And their attention holds for just 1 or 2 trees before it drifts and they just...
It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning them around. They come down in
can't be trained anymore. So that's why they're worked in rotation. Oh my god.
short order. They fly everywhere. Again, got to keep an eye on it. Just crazy though how high this tree is.
It's a huge tree. At times though, they're even working in parallel. Just
That's
2
like a 50-foot fucking tree.
monkeys up there in the trees, one working each tree, harvesting together.
And I've got to admit how effective this has been so far. One tree, maybe 6. Oof. Hey guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like there's no way. 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on it.
And it's really hard to know.
You'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish, but this monkey is making...
Not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ.
Kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call them every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, you also get benefits from your employer and you're a human living. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not fun living in a society that like understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy
Anymore. It's not.
I don't know why. I was expecting the monkey to like come down and then go up. And how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like society chose that.
But he's on his like maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And yeah. Oh,
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are.
Another tree. Nah, that's a monkey. Just jumps tree to tree, of course. Another part of it that just kind of...
We're going to argue whether or not this is abuse. Outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
Flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it. Simplifies the process. Good luck doing that if you're a human. It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning them around. They come down in... That was monkey number 2. He made absolutely short work of that. That was short order. They fly everywhere. Again, got to keep an eye on it. Just crazy though how high this tree is. Mind-blowing. Huge tree. Took down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts. And I've got to admit how effective this has been so far. One tree, maybe 6 or 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on it.
And it's really hard to know.
Absolutely no time.
But like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into...
Not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ. Coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But like, how much do you think they're making off one coconut? Like, when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that like 20 cents? Like, how much? Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not fun. How much is that worth? Bro, the only other thing I worry about anymore, it's not.
I don't know why. I was expecting the monkey to like come down and then go up.
About is like that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously it's
Another tree. Nah, it's a monkey. Just jumps tree to tree, of course. Another part of it that just kind of
smart ape. Like, it's probably not, but
pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are and how much you kind of trust them. Like, he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts, but as soon as it simplifies the process. Good luck doing that if you're a human. It's like the monkey is done, like he's saying, no, this tree has only got unripe coconut. Mind-blowing, huge tree, took down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts in absolutely no time.
But like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into... coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But like, how much do you think they're making off one coconut? Like, when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that like 20 cents? Like, how
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys.
much is that worth? Bro, the only other thing I worry about...
They arrive just right.
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's like, about is like that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously it's a seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension. Smart ape, like it's probably not, but
Pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are.
built up.
Riding on motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's
And how much you kind of trust them. Like, he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts, but as soon as it seems like the monkey is done, like he's saying, no, this tree has only got unripe coconuts left, he's just going to trust the monkey and not really push the issue.
on the side of a trike, the others just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like...
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys.
This guy's weird. Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat...
They arrive just right.
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's, like, would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. With a seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension. They'd just be like, that's a big human. And he's kind of pale.
Motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's on the side of a trike, the others just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam,
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on
catching a ride home.
Wow.
for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s. They just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, who's the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just...
This guy's weird. Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he...
I will say this is the most impressive thing.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s. That I've seen in 2026.
Very gentle while he's doing that. He's just like moving his hands.
Who's the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just...
Like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does. Shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he...
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
Very gentle while he's doing that. He's just like moving his hands. Yeah. He said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like helped to guide a little bit too. So like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does. Like, this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys.
Yeah, he said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like helped to guide a little bit too. So
He's really all very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head.
like this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up there.
Unripe too. Just a hard green coconut. It's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing
Don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys. There has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the. He's really all very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. The coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice
Unripe too. Just a hard green coconut. It's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the.
monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz.
The coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage.
Monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz.
Age monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Can you ask him if he's ever missed?
Through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage.
Been hit by a coconut?
yeah, sometimes.
Age monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Can you ask him if he's ever been?
Oh, just sometimes when they hit the tree and then like just hit him too.
Been hit by a coconut?
Yeah, sometimes. Nice. But that is it. Like you have to be very cautious. You have to focus.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey.
Oh, just sometimes when they hit the tree and then like just hit him too.
Threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die.
Nice. But that is it. Like you have to be very cautious. You have to focus.
Would die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
We're told pretty blunt.
That shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't.
That the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
What? Die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
we're told pretty blunt. I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey.
That the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
What? No, I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
They are very well trained, right?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming
So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts.
below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30. No, I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
They are very well trained, right?
Or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees.
So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts.
That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree.
Coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker.
They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
Yeah, hit a fire. They just start jerking off. Just a quick fucker working 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30. Quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkey. Or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. Please do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But that probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
it is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree.
You know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we
They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
Yeah, hit a fire. They just start jerking off. Just a quick
Drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes.
quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkey.
With a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the tree.
Please do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But you know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we and collecting the coconuts.
So again, guys, similar kind of setup.
Drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the tree.
A couple of these trikes, big boy monkeys, males, mainly, apparently females and males.
And collecting the coconuts.
So again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes, big boy monkeys, males, mainly, apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday. It is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time?
All those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
Alright, I don't know about that. Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday. It is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all.
Thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving.
All those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
Alright, I don't know about that.
Community up.
Oh la la.
Every time
Thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that 20.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving.
Like that hippo from Madagascar.
He's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you...
Community up.
Oh la la.
Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that. Staring. I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at his butthole, dude. Like that hippo from Madagascar.
He's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk... What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Walk out some hardcore... Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at his butthole, dude.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that
area
old?
is like, it's not modern farming. So you
What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop.
can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right?
I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus. You can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals.
Us.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that old?
area is like, it's not modern farming. So you
Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons.
can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Used for hunting, and we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcon, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it really is.
Used for hunting, and we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal.
It's like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We see charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it really is.
See it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are...
It's like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We're supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
Yeah, because we've never lived around.
see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference
Around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
in southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. Different seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are some. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law,
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
this
Wow!
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family.
Around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
Southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill, something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a
Really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them.
pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this, and it hasn't been the case at all. Like, when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies.
This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today,
Sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts, and
I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh!
by law,
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was... No! Dude, that's a top 5. That's gotta be like confident in that.
this
Wow!
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're like trying to that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today,
To walk away and it just fucking grabs on you, dude. Yeah, it's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh. No.
by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family.
I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no!
One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor.
No!
seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers.
But as skill, something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see who's
The monkeys, it's been a tradition.
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude, that shit's fucking...
monkey is the best.
How long has he done
No fucking way. They have disgusting.
here for up to 400 years? It provides livelihood.
Dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, for the locals, I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read on, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this, and it hasn't been the case at all. Like, when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. When you hear the negative sides of these stories, you're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used. Sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts and used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing fact. I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh! Is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild. No! Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like, I've been training them. That's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys that work like and live. The top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house side by side with humans. You know, because then they're starting to, like, distinguish themselves from wild apes. And they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're, like, trying to walk away, and it just fucking grabs on you, dude. Yeah, it's like a wrestler just fucking humps.
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of...
Hunkering down on your leg, man, sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no. I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no!
the people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well.
No!
Seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers.
These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of
the monkeys. It's been a tradition.
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude, that shit's fucking... Wow, this doesn't even look real.
thousands of
These are all coconut trees?
acres of ancient coconut grove in Surat Thani. It is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use
Disgusting.
here for up to 400 years? It provides livelihood. These monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
Yeah, he said
At
it's
some point, there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
still pretty common around here.
And without
For the locals, I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read on
trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down, replace these ecosystems.
and you hear the negative sides of these stories, you're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used.
With the tiny micro trees that are springing
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never actually been, like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees.
Used for sort of labor. And I can't verify a lot of them.
And they're always, like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
replace these ecosystems.
Monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor. Is if this has been, like, if they're taking them from the wild...
Systems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get
...in training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years.
kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other.
To be monkeys that work, like, and live side by side with humans. You know, because then they're starting to, like, distinguish themselves from wild apes.
Other area, they'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because because of the, 2 or 3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thailand and the US, I think. Yeah, they've...
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of...
They're strictly forcing the laws.
Crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes.
The people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well.
And it's like just not...
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water, take a guess. Take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's gonna get arrested for leaving the area and harvesting coconuts, or the monkey?
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent. These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable, and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of...
Oh!
But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it
Wow, this doesn't even look real.
thousands of
These are all coconut trees?
acres of ancient, just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard. Like Coconut Grove in Surat Thani, it is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use...
Animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking...
these monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
Horses are, like, driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like, when you see those horse racers, The only thing is, like, they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much.
Yeah, he said
At
it's
some point, there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
still pretty common around here.
And without
Money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting. But the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for, like, 10 years.
Be cradled.
trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down, replace these ecosystems.
By their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, it just ends with the tiny micro trees that are springing.
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never...
I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA, too, is, like, they'll have things that aren't actually been... Like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees. Crazy. But, like, PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like, PETA will be commenting about shit that's... And they're always like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
Replace these ecosystems.
Like, not bad a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Systems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get bit by bit. They're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see this
Kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other.
short-ass coconut trees. These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah.
Other area, they'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because of the, through
Humans just pick on.
Way. And so if you feel uncomfortable,
I will say, I think, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall ass trees.
about this at all. Let me just read.
3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thailand and the US, I think. Yeah, they
Assure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately,
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
strictly forcing the laws.
crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes.
Or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's
Yeah.
just so much easier.
And it's like just not
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water, take...
So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow, what a fun fucking video to watch. Take a guess. Take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's gonna get arrested for... Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but... What? We're leaving the area and harvesting coconuts or the monkey?
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent.
Seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel burning machines. Makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing.
Animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable.
Was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to, like,
But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it
untangle itself? Next. Video, chat, lock in.
just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard. Like, animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking... Horses are, like, driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like, when you see those horse racers... The only thing is, like, they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting. But the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for, like, 10 years.
Be cradled by their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA, too, is, like, they'll have things that aren't crazy, but, like, PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like, PETA will be commenting about shit that's, like, not bad a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Bit by bit, they're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see these short-ass coconut trees? These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah, humans just pick them.
And so if you feel uncomfortable,
I will say, I think, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall ass trees.
about this at all, let me just reassure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately,
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's just so much easier. So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow. What a fun fucking video to watch. Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but what seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel burning machines makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing, was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to, like, untangle itself. Next video, chat, lock in. How to speedrun getting cancer.
So you need to get cancer and fast. Maybe you've...
When would I ever be in that situation in my entire life? God, I need to get cancer quick. What do I do? What am I, Randy Marsh from f***ing South Park? I'm going to start microwaving things next to my nutsack. What are you, calling out sick from work today. Sorry, I had cancer. Then you got to, now I actually need to get it.
dreamed of dying a slow, painful death since childhood. Or maybe you're just bored and want attention. Well, I hate to break it to you, but those microplastics and carcinogens you've been guzzling just won't cut it. But don't worry, as a content...
If I was speedrunning cancer, I would start chain smoking cigarettes nonstop, okay? I would eat highly processed foods. The only meats I would eat would be ground up sausage mixes, hot dogs, in just only red meat. I would only eat red meat. I would char it too, like well done char. I would never eat vegetables. I would never eat fruit. I would eat a lot of red 40. I would eat just fully highly processed things. I would probably take a few trips to Chernobyl. Not to the point where I would go to Elephant's Foot and die immediately, but I would probably, like, kind of hover in the region of radioactivity. What else would it, upper and lower deckies? Yeah, I would start doing tobacco chew. Really a lot of just tobacco. Yeah, I would go out in the sun a lot and never wear sunscreen. I would get sunburnt. I would get sun poisoning, like, every other day. I think if you did that, you would get cancer in, like, a year. If you really just, like, dedicated every part of your being to being like, I'm just going to live as bad as possible. I think it would be the easiest to get skin cancer. If you were trying to speed run getting cancer, I feel like getting, like, melanoma would probably be the quickest.
Creator, it's my responsibility to ensure my viewers are constantly exposed to cancer. So today I'll be
What?
exposed to cancer. So today I'll be showing you how to give yourself cancer as fast as possible. Cancer happens when a cell loses its moral compass and reproduces uncontrollably like a Catholic bunny on Molly. But to get there, you'll need to mutate your cell's DNA. Now,
Yeah, I would submit myself to ionizing radiation very frequently. Not non-ionizing radiation, not Bluetooth. I'm talking like, yeah, I would schedule multiple doctor's appointments to get x-rays at like varying locations across the United States. Like I would be getting an x-ray every day. I would be going to the dentist and getting dental x-rays every day. I would go get CAT scan, MRI, whatever, anything that would be like, anything where the doctor stands behind a metal door and goes, all right, hold up. Hold up. I'll be back in a minute. Don't worry. It's perfectly safe. Did it scan? Some shit like that. That's definitely, you do that every day? Oh, for sure.
normally that takes years of aging, but we don't have time for all of that. So let's expedite the process with a buffet of carcinogens. Smoking is a great way to look badass, but did you know it's also a leading cause of lung cancer? Smokers are 25 times more likely to develop lung cancer than non-smoking losers. So I suggest you start chain smoking menthol.
Yeah, start day drinking and smoking cigarettes at the local park. Red!
As soon as possible. They're better than your standard reds because they numb your throat,
Unfiltered, too.
allowing a deeper inhale. Doctors even used to recommend menthols to relieve stress and treat asthma, but the sober tards over at the FDA had to come in with their clipboards and signs. Luckily, they haven't ruined alcohol yet. A great way to shorten your life and boost your risk of cancer is
The only problem is if you're trying to speed run getting cancer, most things that give you cancer also increase odds of death from cardiac arrest, stroke, and other things. So if you're speed running cancer by drinking a lot, smoking a lot, and trying to do a million other things, you might die of a heart attack first. Like you might have a stroke and die before you get cancer.
regular alcohol consumption. When you drink, your body converts alcohol into acetaldehyde, which is basically paint thinner for your DNA, but tastes slightly worse. Acetaldehyde is more toxic than alcohol, so our livers turn booze into something worse than what it started with. Great job, evolution. Slamming Four Locos doesn't just ruin your chance at employment, it can mess up your DNA, causing mutations that slow cell repair. But if you're constantly binge drinking, you're more susceptible to drunk driving, overdosing, and suicide, which would end the cancer speedrun on a technicality. I suggest going easy on alcohol if you're going for a pure cancer build and focus.
Yeah, I think a pure cancer, if you're going for just cancer, alcohol is going to kill you first from other things. It still is going to increase odds of cancer and definitely potentially going to give you like liver cancer later in your life or liver disease. But
cancer build and focus on other carcinogens to make up the difference. For example, processed meats are a great alternative.
yeah, just straight ripping Slim Jims. Just only Slim Jims. over and over. That's all you eat. Salami, hot dogs, fucking sausage. That's it.
Are a great alternative. In 2015, the World Health Organization classified processed meats as a Group 1 carcinogen. That puts hot dogs on the same list as...
Wait, what? Processed meat is classified as a Group 1 carcinogen?
Processed meats as a Group 1 carcinogen. That puts hot dogs on the same list as cigarettes and uranium, which are the
What? A hot dog is on the same list? God, Joey Chestnut. Does he know? Fuck.
three things a growing boy needs. Bacon, ham, and deli meats are coated with preservatives that turn into nitrosamines when cooked. And because that word has a bunch of syllables, it's considered a carcinogen. With that being said, make sure you are eating as much gas...
I've eaten so many hot dogs. Have you ever seen the one video that says hot dogs shorten your lifespan by 7 days, but peanut butter and jellies increase it by like a day? Makes me feel better when I eat PB&Js. When I eat like an Uncrustables, I'm like... But it's definitely still bad for me. I think that when they say peanut butter and jelly increases your lifespan, I think it's like natural peanut butter, whole wheat bread, and like farm fresh jelly. Not Smuckers, not Smuckers added sugar, white bread, fucking Wonder Bread, and like honey peanut butter that's like filled with oils.
Food as possible while supplementing soylent and vegetables with...
Yo, Chris really put me on the wave of just eating a scoop of peanut butter every night. Definitely not good for me, but he was like, dude, you gotta try it out. Boy, fucking howdy, is that shit enjoyable. It's 2 a.m. 2 a.m., you just get a fucking tablespoon. Just scoop it right out, and it just coats the whole inside of your mouth. You're just like, it's so good. It's so good.
Red 40 Mountain.
You're a liar. Bro, I'm so serious. It's so good. I eat peanut butter all the time because I just enjoy it. I used to eat it with stuff, like an apple or a sandwich.
Pairing a poor diet without exercise will drastically increase your risk of cancer. But you were
That's so bad for you? Yeah, no shit.
probably already doing that. But if you want to make your situation way worse, doctors recommend playing ranked Counter-Strike and eating chicken nuggets all day.
You're getting stressed out, too. Sign up for... Don't sleep. That's another one. Because not sleeping causes cancer. That's... Sleeping helps, like, reset your body, and that's, like, a time where you're able to, like, also kind of replenish what you need and help yourself. Like, I would probably sleep, like, only when I need to. I would get a job in a coal mine, and I would never wear protective gear, just straight raw dog that shit, and I would work unreal hours. I would also have like 8 kids that I can't provide for, and then I would take on more hours, and then I would like bald horrendously, chug energy drinks nonstop, and just give myself like 85 more tasks that I'm able to do. And then I would just stress speed run, smoke cigarettes, work at a coal mine, don't sleep, have 8 children, and I don't know. I think that's, and then eat hot dogs.
Body will become a beautiful, fertile garden in which the only thing that grows is tumors. More fat cells means more estrogen, means more inflammatory chemicals that can develop into breast, pancreatic, and colon cancer. Non-processed meats can still be carcinogenic if you fry, smoke, or char them, since they'll contain polyacylic aromatic hydrocarbons and heterocyclic amines.
What's fucked, though, is like charred shit is sometimes pretty good. Like a nice char on a bit of bacon.
That's over 19 syllables. Well, at least our drinking water's safe. The great people over at DuPont made a beautiful product called Teflon that can be found everywhere, even in your own blood. Coincidentally, Teflon is known to cause cancer and was thrown into every product, including water, possibly as a joke. Now, this kind of upset the entire world, so they did a rebrand to PFOA, which also caused cancer. And now they're on their 3rd rebrand, Gen X. New name, same cancer. There's hundreds of mega corporations rapidly diluting our food, water, and air with chemicals. I suggest moving to an area around one of these chemical...
Oh, I would start my own farm, and I would feed my pigs higher, what if I didn't have alpha-gal? I would feed my pigs higher levels of plastic to food ratio than they're legally allowed to currently in the US, and then I would just eat them, so I would ingest more microplastics. Little fun fact as well, you're allowed to give pigs microplastics. What percent of food can be microplastics for pigs? There's like a broader study found that 80% of meat and dairy products from farm animals, including pork, contain microplastics. But I know you're allowed to feed pigs microplastics. Can farmers feed pigs plastic? Oh, maybe not. All food waste has to be free of plastic. Where did I hear that? Am I typing in the wrong thing? I think it's that they're allowed to eat microplastics, and then therefore you eat microplastics. They can't just straight up feed them plastic. That's misinformation. I thought that was a way of recycling, though. Where do we put all this plastic? Just give it to the pigs.
Manufacturers
They'll eat that shit right up.
to ensure you're getting the most contaminated water as possible.
Whoa.
Better yet, work at one of these factories. That way you can inhale as many horrible fumes as you want. Blending water with plastic can make a fantastic microplastic cocktail. And if you can't afford a blender, don't worry. Our entire water supply is already irreversibly filled with microplastics and forever chemicals that have made their way into our bloodstream. While you might think our world has only recently become a fish tank loaded
Eat Orbeez. That's a good one for a little snack. Little midday snack, just eat some frozen Orbeez.
with carcinogens, it's been this way for over a century. The 1900s introduced amazing products like leaded gasoline, x-ray machines for fitting shoes, and Adam Sandler. Oh, and asbestos.
Yeah, and whenever you wanted to get high, don't go to like a medical dispensary. Just like go to your local gas station. Just go. All right.
Which was practically seasoning
Oh, use lead makeup.
back then.
Easy, easy.
Hey, sweetheart, the steak's pretty dry and awful. Frankly, also, I hate you. Can you pass the asbestos? Oh, honey, you can get it yourself if it's next to the x-ray machine. Hi, Dad. X-rays pass through soft tissues but get absorbed by dense materials like your bones. But they can also knock electrons off of atoms in a process called ionization. This creates charged particles that can wreak havoc inside your cells. Even non-ionized waves can cause problems. For example,
Bro, I never understand that. So, like, are x-rays unsafe?
the sun blasts UV rays at our skin that excites electrons and breaks down chemical bonds. So throw away your sunscreen and head on down to your nearest nude beach. For any aspiring supervillains out there, you could simply
Ooh, I'd start sunning my butthole. Yeah, that would help.
destroy the electromagnetosphere that protects Earth from cosmic rays. This can only be done if you cool down the Earth's core, which generates the magnetosphere. You could do this by either pumping trillions of gallons of liquid nitrogen into the core or crashing a planet into the Earth. You could also just move to a planet without an electromagnetosphere like Venus or Mars, but that's a little less fun. I know a lot of you guys aren't big fans of the sun. It's too bright and it's kind of condescending. So tanning booths can be used instead here. They actually emit 15 times more UV radiation than the sun. Now, I typically
Really? And people still go to them?
don't care for
That was a dumb question. Cigarettes cause cancer and people still smoke them?
microtransactions like this, but if you're really committed to cancer maxing, it's kind of worth the investment. Let's move on to some heavier stuff, specifically the heaviest elements in the periodic table. These guys are bad news and are radioactive because they have no stable isotopes. Think of them like 12-year-olds, high energy, unpredictable, and likely to explode if left unsupervised. Take plutonium, for example. It's one of the most deadly elements on Earth. Hanging out with plutonium for seconds is worse than chain smoking inside a tanning bed stuffed with asbestos. Its nucleus is too bloated with protons and neutrons to stay together, and like your
It just being near you. See, that's what's so weird. Like, being in Chernobyl, like, if you go into that basement with the elephant's foot, that'll just kill you. Like, if you walk down there and then come back up, you're going to die in an hour. What?
ex-girlfriend, it doesn't want to exist, so it makes sure everyone around them suffers. But if you really want to max out on radiation, I gotta recommend gamma.
What's the elephant's foot? It's like this mass after the Chernobyl nuclear plant disaster, and nobody goes and sees it in person because you'll just die. So all of like the imagery, it's like this gross foot. It looks like a foot, an elephant's foot. It's like this hard mass. People have been there. Did they die? It's like an absurd amount of radiation. Like an insane amount of radiation. Radiation level today. It's still radioactive, but significantly less so than when it was first discovered. The elephant's foot in 1986 approximately produced 10,000 Roentgens per hour, a dose that would kill you in seconds. Now they've decreased due to natural radioactive decay, reporting levels around 100 per hour.
Rays. They're way more harmful than any other ray, and you can access gamma rays from nuclear bombs or take a bite out of Chernobyl's elephant's foot. This doesn't even
Like, I wonder if this guy died.
look like an elephant's foot! Chernobyl's elephant's foot is considered the most radioactive place on Earth. It's a mass of melted nuclear fuel formed during the meltdown. It originally emitted over 10,000 Roentgens per hour, enough to kill someone within minutes. For context, that would probably kill an elephant within at least 5 to 10 minutes. To this day, it's still hot and glows in the dark a bit. While most elephants' feet weigh about 100 pounds, the one in Chernobyl weighs almost 4 million pounds. But to be exposed to the most—
What? That little ass thing weighs 4 million pounds. No. Get the fuck out of here. How dense is that? 4 million pounds. It has radioactive material. Dude, Zod. 4 million pounds. 4 million pounds. It's in one room. How's it not fucking collapsing the earth below it? I refuse to believe that. 4,000 pounds. He's wrong. The elephant's foot weighs around 4,000 pounds. Oh, wait, no. It's estimated to be between 2 and 100 tons. That's a very big scale.
But to be exposed to the most gamma rays, you'll need to visit a black hole's accretion disk. We're running a little low on time, and all these tumors are making it extremely hard to talk. So long friend of the channel, Ellie Andrews, and his little buddy, Saint Aiden, wrote a rap to cover everything else.
My chest hurts. Cancer and gather round kids, I'ma give you the answer. If your lifelong goal is to give yourself cancer, breathe fine wood dust in your nose and throat. Put popcorn butter on your burnt ass toast. Use hair dye, talcum, formaldehyde makeup. Fire the stove, grill a well done steak up. Fall to the floor, quick lick the vinyl. If you're really on a mission and it isn't survival, if it's laundry day, do a laundry week. And each time huff bleach, snip dry as sheets. Light a scented candle for the sweet benzines. Put your head by a D-slick sauce and breathe. Sunny days, try to spend outside without sunscreen, but bug spray's fine. Do all of the above and it won't be observable till the doc calls back and it tells you it's terminal.
Wow, that was tough. I really like that video, bro. 500 cigarettes adapter, adding these to my morning routine ASAP. Came out rethinking every single one of my habits with the thirst of blood of mega corporations. I used to never think I would get cancer. I'm glad to see those mega corporations are looking out for us. God damn. How to speedrun dementia? What? Does he make videos about how to speedrun terminal fucking illnesses? Can farts kill you? Is his newest video. Oh, no, it's not. That's one of his videos, though. Interesting. Watch it? Yeah, another day. We gotta hop into this Papa Beat video. People call this monkey trade slavery. Lock in!
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Never buying coconut milk. Saying that. But do you guys buy coconut milk? I may have bought coconut milk like one time. Ever. That tastes terrible. What, you saying a monkey made the milk?
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Costco will stop selling one brand of coconut milk from a Thailand-based producer.
That's what the headlines say, at least. The world is angry.
Oh my god, do they chain the monkeys to, like, the tree and then make them climb it to go fucking pick the coconuts?
But is this really abuse? Or is this some ancient tradition that the West just doesn't understand? To find out, in this episode, we're traveling
How do you even train a monkey to do that?
across Southeast Asia. From the chaotic monkey markets of Jakarta to the ancient coconut jungles of southern Thailand. And we'll see how they're sold, trained in monkey schools, and put to work in towering...
Trained in monkey schools? They have a whole system where they train them? Do you think you could fail out? Like, how many monkeys do you think fail out of the school because they, like, don't listen? All right, I'm going to have this take off rip before... let's see if my take changes. I think if they're training them through a reward-based system... and they're not, like, electrocuting them or some shit to, like, ingrain that they have to do this or they'll get hurt, I don't see this as a problem. Like, if they're just, like, hey, they end up training the monkey to go pick the coconut and then they give the monkey, like, a grape or something, I think that's fine. Like a dopamine reward. But if they're, like, zapping the motherfucker and they're like, we're gonna hurt you if you don't do it, because I mean that's like the same thing as like retrievers. Like it would be like the same thing as a retriever dog if you did it like that. It'd be like, okay, go get the duck, and then they go pick up the duck, you give them a treat, then they go they like doing it. I think the argument then still is that monkeys are smarter, and so it's like, are you taking advantage of that?
Jatinegara pet market. It's basically this like zoo where you can buy anything roadside. I think my goal today...
Oh my god. Oh. See, that upsets me. Look at the puppies.
I think my goal today is to see like how many different species we can possibly see then one day just is one market. Exotic geckos, nectar.
Those were fucking like flying... Were those sugar gliders?
Then one day...
What are those? They're not flying squirrels. Are they sugar gliders? What are these? Are these flying squirrels? These little things right here? How do they even catch those?
This is one market. Exotic geckos next to someone's random house cat. All crammed together. There's sugar gliders everywhere.
Sugar glider, answer my question. Never mind.
Different varieties of squirrels too. Like just a ridiculous amount of...
Yo, I feel like this is like... Yo, it actually makes me realize... I know this is like a fucked up market, but this shit like makes me realize the amount of animals that exist that I don't know anything about. Like this looks like a skunk. This isn't a skunk. This is a squirrel.
Squirrels, including some kind of ground squirrel that apparently stinks.
It's a squirrel that have a bad smell. We call it bajing.
I think that's a skunk.
Yeah, bajing.
A bajing. It's a squirrel with a bad smell.
Yeah.
Kind of. Hi guys, this is one of those bad smelling squirrels. Apparently, he looks cute as hell. I feel really bad for this little guy. I don't think he's gonna last that long if I'm honest. He's just kind of like hanging out there, rather wet. How much is this?
Berapa papa bajing? 150.
$9 for that fucking living animal, bro. What? I feel like I would buy that and then just release it into the jungle and hope it survives.
You come into stuff that's not even from Indonesia. Albino hedgehogs, Brazilian turtles. Brazil?
Yeah, right here.
Oh my god. Imported weirdness just everywhere. The whole thing.
But is this like for rich people? Like, are they eating these animals? Well, I feel like some of them, this is an exotic pet market. They have exotic animal markets for food, but like nobody's eating a sugar glider. Joe, what the fuck? What do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? We've watched videos where they have pet markets and right next door they have animal markets where they're cooking things. That's not, what do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? That's an honest question.
It's kind of fascinating, and it doesn't take long before we find our first monkey.
You have one monkey.
You're like, that's a chicken.
How much?
1 million.
1 million for one monkey.
$60 for a monkey. Bro. I feel like a monkey should be like $5,000. Like if you're buying, I feel like if you buy an ape, that should be like $5,000. An ape or a monkey. Like that's like a smart ass animal. That's pretty hard to get.
Okay.
And it is pretty heartbreaking right away.
These guys are tiny, not even a year old. There's 2 of them, and they're just huddled together in the rain while Jakarta's traffic screams past like it's nothing.
Like, what do people buy them for? They buy for a pet? Or
Dude, it just sucks because, like, if you buy it, you're fueling the business. Like, even if you bought that monkey and then, like, somehow rehabilitated it and then put it back in the wild, like, you're incentivizing this transaction. You know what I mean? Like, you buying them isn't saving them. It's saving the ones that you're buying, but it's not stopping the cycle. Like, this is a continuous thing that's just going to keep happening. Some of the animals here, I don't think are bad that they're selling them. Like, there were, like, a few lizards. Like, I don't think that's bad that you're selling lizards for either food or pets. Like, I think that's fine. It's when you have, like, malnourished, like, baby squirrels and fucking, like, actual apes in cages.
monkey won't get big. Really?
They're macaques. I believe all of them are macaques, just a few different varieties of them. Mainly pigtail macaques and longtail macaques.
Dari mana, Pak?
Ini Sulawesi.
Sulawesi.
And it turns out they've been shipped from Sulawesi. And in some ways, it hits even harder. I've just returned from Sulawesi, and it is one of the most beautiful paradises I've ever seen. And somehow, it's worse once it's confirmed. These aren't captive bred. They've been pulled straight out of paradise, just to rot roadside in cages. More macaques, this time in camo uniforms.
But then what are people doing with them? Like, this one's wearing a shirt. Like, is some random Indonesian man coming by and, like, buying this macaque for $60 and then, what, like, keeping it in a cage as a pet?
Turned into props from someone's idea of adorable. And they're also not albino at all. Their coats have been dyed.
Yeah, but, like, you can't keep that as a pet. Like, you're not going to be able to train that thing.
This kind of cheap trick to heighten the novelty and make it an easier sale. And before long, we find the epicenter of the market, the monkey section. No longer the occasional cage tucked among birds and reptiles and hedgehogs, but a dedicated corner of commerce. Cage after cage of macaques in different shapes and sizes, lined up like products. They're from Sulawesi
And, like, how many of them are dying before they're even getting sold?
and Sumatra primarily. And then from here, they'll be shipped all over Indonesia.
Oh, isn't that when they start fucking losing their minds? What is that called? That's like an actual thing. Where they just, like, roam in circles. Zoocosis.
50
monkeys.
He has 50 monkeys. Why do you have that many monkeys, bro? Like, is there that big of a market for this?
Maybe less.
Around about 50.
Yeah.
And in just one stall here, they have more than 50 monkeys, cage after cage lined up. And then you see the ones that are already breaking. Some are clearly getting just wired up from being trapped in these cages for too long. Some of them are too small, they're too stressed. And once they get bigger, you can tell they're nowhere near as easy to sell anymore. Meanwhile, there are more cages with tiny babies. Some of these things are insanely young. Again, looking like they're barely a month old, clinging to each other like that's the only comfort they've got.
Oh my god, and they have no idea what's going on.
Oh, it's just 1 month.
1 month old.
Yeah.
1 month old? How did they catch that? Did they catch the mom and then the mom gave birth?
They've got these big cartoon eyes, these oversized heads, little hands gripping onto the cage bars. It's almost too cute, which is the problem. And you can tell exactly why. They've been taken away when they are at peak cuteness, peak sellable. The first stop is these markets, and then they get sold off as pets all across the country.
Yeah, but that many people in Indonesia own monkeys?
The monkey trade at Jatinegara.
Like, I wouldn't even know the first thing of taking care of a monkey. Like, what do you feed a monkey? Like, fruits and nuts and shit, but it's like, you have to, like, keep it entertained, and it needs exercise. Like, dude, that's the problem with it. It's on another level. But it's the same shit with, like, any animal owner in the United States, too. Motherfuckers will buy pets, not bananas. Motherfuckers will buy pet bananas. You're just saying banana. No, chat's not even saying bananas. Just banana. Okay, we're feeding them banana. All right. Anyways. Oh my God, what was I saying? Motherfuckers will buy pets in the United States, not understanding how much work it is to take care of that pet. Like, it's unreal, dude. Even something as simple as like a dog. They'll buy a puppy and not realize like, hey, you have to like train this thing, take it out all the time, watch it, make sure it gets exercise. It's like a smaller step of like raising a kid, bro. Obviously, a human's going to be harder, but like, I honestly think raising a dog is probably a pretty good training exercise for like keeping something alive. Like, it's not easy to, that's why so many dogs are misbehaved too. They don't socialize them right. They don't get enough exercise. They'll buy a fucking, what's like the smartest dog? My God, it's a sheep herding dog. It's a sheep herding dog. It's so cute. Why am I blanking on the name? It's like one of my favorite animals. I would love to own one, but I couldn't exercise it enough. Not a husky, a border collie. Yeah, motherfuckers will buy border collies because they think they're cute, and then they keep them in an apartment 6 stories up in the city, and it doesn't exercise, and then it fucking misbehaves, and they wonder why. I'm like, yo, that dog's meant to be nonstop mentally and physically engaged. Those animals are bred to be like on the go and ready all the time. And you're using it as like a show dog. Like that times 10 now with an ape, I would assume. Like I'm guessing an ape's probably pretty active.
The sourcing is brutal. Babies here are taken by either killing the mother and or breaking up and scaring away the troop. But it's messy because long-tailed macaques aren't just pet market animals. Globally, they're actually a major biomedical commodity. Between 2008 and 2019, an estimated 450,000 were traded internationally, mostly exported out of Southeast Asia to labs in the US, Europe, and China. I think it's kind of a justifiable evil. But it means that there is a legitimate market for it.
Oh, to like test medicines on them and shit?
Jatinagara, though, is mainly domestic pet trade. And it keeps going through this legal omission. Indonesia protects species listed under its 2018 regulation. And that regulation does not include long-tailed macaques. They're not considered protected and an endangered species. The IUCN, though, did move them to endangered in 2022. But the IUCN is not law here. It's kind of like a warning light. And the regulation just has not been updated yet. So shutting down these markets is hard, unless authorities can prove specific permits or quota
Or
violations.
just smoking cigarettes in its face.
Or obvious cruelty just exists. And I find this a little bit strange, because a little bit further north in the south of Thailand, there is a monkey trade that's getting a ton of international pressure.
The brand Shako is accused of using monkey labor to pick the coconuts.
And that is getting cracked down on hard. And after checking it out, I find it a little bit more justifiable.
What's more justifiable? The fact that it's getting cracked down on, or the monkey usage to pick coconuts is less immoral?
These monkey schools in southern Thailand, in Surat Thani, run on a straight-up curriculum.
Do you think monkeys are sentient? I think all animals are conscious, but not in the same sense that we are. There's levels to it. Like, a chicken is not as conscious as a pig. A pig is not as conscious as an ape. An ape isn't as conscious as a human. Why? I mean, it's the levels of brain structure and perception that they have. Like, bugs are obviously not as sentient as humans are, but I mean, they're still conscious because they have experience. Like, consciousness is divided into a multitude of things. It's like, you know, memory, the capability to recall information, the ability to communicate, express emotions and feel emotions, which many animals, basically all animals, are able to do. Feel pain, and like a few other things like reason, you know, like humans can reason, or I guess complex understanding of things like dolphins, elephants, whales, where they can mourn. There's like a million categories that determine how sentient something is. Like, yeah, crows and ravens, somebody said in chat, very smart animals. I believe a crow, I don't know which one's smarter, a crow or a raven, but I think one of them has the intelligence of like a 6-year-old, which is like crazy. Border collies are like the intelligence of like 4-year-olds. And it's also divided into a few other things as well. Most people perceive cats as smarter than dogs, but cats are more individual creatures that are more critical thinkers, but less socially aware, right? They have different skills in different areas. You perceive cats as smarter because they're kind of like solo creatures that are capable of, you know, doing things on their own. But dogs, on the other hand, are very good at social understanding and emotional understanding and things that cats can't do.
Oh, hello, Swadika.
Wait, this is like the classes. Oh, so they have 5 classes on how to teach a monkey how to pick a coconut?
5 classes, 10 days each.
They have to fucking be able to determine the difference between a ripe and an unripe coconut and then tie a knot. I can't even do that.
Apparently is all they need.
Oh, hello, Swadika.
At least in the school. From there, they go into this kind of like apprenticeship program of training on actual coconut groves.
We have a good 30, 40 monkeys behind us at this Thai monkey training school. That's where a lot of these kind of like monkeys end up. They're actual working creatures. And here in Thailand, they still have, as you can see, ridiculously tall coconut plantations. They haven't all been swapped out for the sort of
You really think it's cheaper to train a monkey to do it than get like a machine to be able to do it?
dwarf coconut trees you see elsewhere. So monkeys like this, they're
Honestly, maybe. Because the shape of the coconut, if all coconut trees were 25 feet tall and had an angle leaning 20 degrees, you could get a machine to adapt to that. But since they all grow differently and ripen at different times, probably is easier to get a monkey to be able to do it. How would a machine even do that efficiently? That's what I'm saying. Like, certain machines are only able to do certain farming efficiently, right? That's why, like, human farmers still, like, pick blueberries. But, like, you could have a machine do corn and, like, you could, like, you know, flood a bog or whatever it's called for cranberries and shit. Like, there's different methods of farming.
an essential tool in the south of Thailand or in Surat Thani. We're going to see exactly how they're trained up and how they turn into coconut harvesting machines.
He has been doing this since he was 15 years old.
Wow, that's crazy, huh?
He's 57 now. Can you
57?
tell? He looks so young.
How many monkeys do you think you've trained?
He think about 1,000 of monkeys.
1,000 monkeys?
Yeah, about 1,000
Wow,
of
that's
monkeys
crazy.
already.
Okay, so the monkey school setup is kind of, I mean, I don't know what you'd imagine because you don't know what a monkey school looks like, right? But essentially, a bunch of coconut trees.
Do you think he's training them and then deciding which ones are picking up faster and then having those ones breed to efficiently make a smarter monkey population?
Makes sense. These tires are attached to the bottom of them.
Like he's selectively choosing which ones do better.
Each monkey gets one tire, one coconut tree. That's their hangout, their base, and they're
Oh, they get like a home?
periodically brought into the sort of the class section, the curriculum section of the school. And I've got to admit, that's kind of crazy.
Like, I don't know if I think this is fucked up or not. Like, I've never even heard of this. They get their own home and they have to pick coconuts.
Crazy to me that you can train a monkey in 50 days to do this so
I'm kind of on the fence. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I need to know more.
flawlessly. And trust me, these things will blow your mind. The level of mastery, the smarts of these monkeys are fascinating. Here it goes.
So the first step is to learn spinning the
Spinning.
coconut. To spin. They will do this for 10 days. Another interesting thing is like
He'll just spin a coconut in front of their face for 10 fucking days until they pick up on that shit. Oh my God. Dude, that monkey's got to be so confused for the first 3 days. Just fucking watching this guy spin a coconut right at his forehead.
they cannot focus for
No, they have low attention spans because they're babies. They need to be able to understand how to, detach the coconut from the tree.
a long period of time, right? So he said like only 2 to 5 minutes or less than that.
Oh, they only do this for 5 minutes? Oh, because he's doing this for 10 days, but they only do it in 5-minute intervals, and then he lets him go back and goes and grabs the other one.
That's all.
So it's like these short
It's like Super Monkey Ball.
periods of training.
Because they cannot focus, they don't want to be trained that long. Yeah, the well-behaved after training, he will sell like 15,000 baht.
15,000 baht for one
15,000
monkey.
baht for one monkey.
All right, guys.
What do you mean he's selling the monkeys to like different like farms.
Second step is now learning to hang on the tree.
The monkeys learn to use 3 limbs to twist while anchoring with the 4th. Then it's just a matter of elevation. Day by day, the coconuts get higher and higher.
That was super quick and super impressive. He jumped right up there, nailed the 2 down. Boom.
I mean, this is impressive to watch.
Let's move on to class number 3.
Selection. The monkeys learn to select just the coconuts that contain water, typically by their color.
He's like ready to roll this one.
Business time.
Oh my God, guys, this guy is like clipping along. That's 2 coconuts down, 3 coconuts down. He is absolutely crushing this. 4 coconuts.
Nah, he's not supposed to spin those ones.
5. Last one.
Class 4 is safety. These monkeys actually learn to untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Whoa.
Wow.
To untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Whoa.
And he knew which part of the loop to climb through to untangle himself. Dude, I feel like humans would struggle with that. Like, I would not know which one to climb through.
Whoa. That is crazy. I've never been so impressed. That was absolutely crazy. 3 different types of tangle that are common, 3 different types of knots.
He's gonna untie that?
Essentially just, you know, standard.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. He's gonna untie that. Dude, that is like when your charger cord gets like fucking wrapped around somehow in like 10, or like you're trying to untangle earbuds.
Types of knot, essentially
Like
just,
corded earbuds. He's gonna fucking get through that.
you know, standard. It's
No
looped through itself. He's
way.
gonna loosen it up with his teeth and then climb right through. One that's just doubled over, he just undoes the entire thing with his hands. Whew. Wow. All right, this guy's not a fan of me, but I am a fan of him. That was
Oh, does he want to attack him?
insanely impressive. All right, guys, we're loading up these monkeys. Very much vehicle trained. You see them hanging onto the side of all kinds of crazy contraptions driving around these areas. So it's time to go harvest some real coconuts.
Class 5. Time to get real. Let's move from the classroom to the...
Oh, see, they do get treats and shit. I don't know. Like, it's hard to gauge their happiness. It doesn't seem like they're being mistreated right now. They're just on a leash so they don't run away. But it's like, if they're being rewarded, they seem fine. I know, but it's also like, well, if you took them off the leash, would they run away? And then you could say that's fucked up, right? That they have them. But you could say the same thing about a lot of dogs as well that don't like follow their owners.
Coconut Grove.
What else would they be doing? In the jungle, probably doing the same shit for themselves. I mean, now they just have food provided for them, maybe better medical care. Because, like, if they get injured, they'll probably be like, go to a vet.
All right, guys, we are on our way to the monkey.
They live better than in nature. I think that depends on where they're selling them to. I think that's something that needs to be said because this is a training facility. I don't know if they're training them and then in-house using them. If they sell them off to a farmer that's now using them in like hurting them,
Farm is kind of crazy.
that would be animal abuse.
Dogs coming along. 3 monkeys. They look pretty old, pretty well trained. These are obviously some veterans in the coconut trade. And yeah, I know. Just
Yeah, because like you would, the argument for it being fucked up is like, oh, because it's a monkey. But for like a border collie, it wouldn't. But border collies are also bred animals from, like, they didn't exist without humans.
kind of wild just watching them hold on. I guess it makes sense. But let's see how it goes down. Dog seems amped up as well.
They're taken out to...
I mean, getting the dog some exercise, but he can't just get, but he can't hitch a ride. We're making him run the whole fucking way.
Seems amped up as well.
Does he want to run the whole way through? There's a little space in there. I mean, you can sit in there.
They're taken out to actual coconut fields and they're worked in a 3-monkey rotation. They're not ready yet for the full-blown day's work of a working monkey, but they're getting...
Oh, see, I don't think they should be working like 8-hour shifts. I feel like they should work like an hour, and then they get to do whatever the fuck they want.
real experience in an actual field.
Yeah, I don't know if they should work an 8-hour. Like if you're making the monkey work a 9 to 5, I think that's probably animal abuse. I think that's crazy.
All right, guys, enough of
Compensation for that? Yeah, they need a 401k and benefits.
the school, enough of the practice. Bowie, it is time for some actual harvesting, huh?
The three apprentices perform surprisingly well. They need constant coaxing,
That's a lot of fucking coconuts, man.
and their attention holds for just 1 or 2 trees before it drifts and they just can't be trained anymore. So that's why they're worked in rotation.
Oh my God, there's a huge tree.
At times, though, they're even working in parallel. Just
That's
2
like a 50-foot fucking tree.
monkeys up there in the trees, one working each tree, harvesting together.
Alright guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like there's no way you'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish. But this monkey is making kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call to him every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, you also get benefits from your employer, and you're a human living in a society that like understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like society chose that.
But he's on his like maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And yeah. Oh,
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are going to argue whether or not this is abuse. Outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
Flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it. It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning them around. They come down in short order. They fly everywhere. Again, gotta keep an eye on it. Just crazy though, how high this tree is. And I've got to admit how effective this has been so far. One tree, maybe 6 or 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on this.
And it's really hard to not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not funny anymore. It's not.
I don't know why. He took down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts in absolutely no time.
But like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But like, how much do you think they're making off one coconut? Like, when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that like 20 cents? Like, how much is that worth? Bro, the only other thing I worry about is like that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously it's a smart ape. Like, it's probably not, but...
Pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are and how much you kind of trust them. Like, he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts. But as soon as it seems like the monkey is done, like he's saying, no, this tree has only got unripe coconuts left, he's just going to trust the monkey and not really push the issue. Huh.
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys. They arrive just right.
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's like seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension built up.
Riding on motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's on the side of a trike, the other's just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, this guy's weird? Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s? Who was the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he's
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
very gentle while he's doing that. He's just like moving his hands like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does.
Yeah, he said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like help to guide a little bit too. So
Like this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much.
Andrew Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys really are very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. Unripe, too. Just a hard green coconut. It's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Can you ask him if he's ever been hit by a coconut?
Yeah, sometimes. Oh, just sometimes when they hit the tree and then, like, you know, just hit him too, sometimes. But that is it. Like, you have to be very cautious. You have to fall.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like, if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
We're told pretty bluntly that the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
what?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey.
I don't know. I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
They are very well trained, right? So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30 or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree. They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
yeah, they just start jerking off. Just a quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkeys do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But you know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the trees and collecting the coconuts.
So again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes. Big boy monkeys, males. Mainly, apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday, it is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
All right, I don't know about thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving community of them.
Oh la la.
Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that hippo from Madagascar.
Oh, he's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at its butthole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that
area
old?
is like, it's not modern farming. So you can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. No, it really is like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. monkeys in our minds are supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
Yeah, because we've never lived around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law...
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
This
Wow!
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill. Something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this. And it hasn't been the case at all. Like when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. They sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts. And
I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh, no, no. Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like a top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're like trying to walk away and it just fucking grabs onto you, dude. It's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no, I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no, no.
seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers, the monkeys. It's been a tradition
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude, that shit's fucking disgusting.
here for up to 400 years. It provides livelihoods for the locals. I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read online, you hear the negative sides of these stories. You're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor, is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild and training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys that work like and live side by side with humans, you know, because then they're starting to like distinguish themselves from wild apes.
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of the people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well. These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of
Oh, wow, this doesn't even look real.
thousands of
These are all coconut trees?
acres of ancient coconut grove in Surat Thani. It is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use these monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
Yeah, he said
At
it's
some point, there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
still pretty common around here.
And without trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down. Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing.
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never actually been, like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees, and they're always, like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other area. They'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because because of the, 2 or 3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thailand and the US, I think. Yeah, they're strictly forcing the laws.
Crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes, and it's like just not.
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water, take a guess. take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's gonna get arrested for leaving the area and harvesting coconuts, or the monkey?
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable. But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard. Like animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should.
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking... Horses are like driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like when you see those horse racers, the only thing is like they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting, but the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for like 10 years.
Be cradled by their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA too, is like they'll have things that aren't crazy, but like PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like PETA will be commenting about shit that's like not bad a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Bit by bit, they're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see these short-ass coconut trees? These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah, humans just pick them.
And so if you feel uncomfortable...
I will say, I think, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall-ass trees.
About this at all. Let me just reassure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately...
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long-term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
Or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's just so much easier. So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow, what a fun fucking video to watch. Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but... So what seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel-burning machines. Makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots, this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing. Was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to, like, untangle itself. Next, video chat. Lock in.
Constant coaxing.
That's a lot of fucking coconuts, man.
And their attention holds for just 1 or 2 trees before it drifts and they just can't be trained anymore. So that's why they're worked in rotation.
Oh my god, there's a huge tree.
At times though, they're even working in parallel. Just
that's
two
like a 50-foot fucking tree.
Monkeys up there in the trees, one working each tree, harvesting together.
Hey guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like, there's no way you'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish. But this monkey is making kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call to him every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, you also get benefits from your employer, and you're a human living in a society that, like, understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like, society chose that.
But he's on his, like, maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
Here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are going to argue whether or not this is abuse. outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
Flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it. It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning them around. They come down in short order. They fly everywhere. Again, gotta keep an eye on it. Just crazy though, how high this tree is. And I've got to admit how effective this has been so far. One tree, maybe 6 or 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on this.
And it's really hard to not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not funny anymore. It's not.
I don't know why. I was expecting them took down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts in absolutely no time.
But like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But like, how much do you think they're making off one coconut? Like, when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that like 20 cents? Like, how much is that worth? Bro, the only other thing I worry about is, like, that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously, it's a smart ape. Like, it's probably not, but...
Pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are and how much you kind of trust them. Like, he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts. But as soon as it seems like the monkey is done, like he's saying, no, this tree has only got unripe coconuts left, he's just going to trust the monkey and not really push the issue. Huh.
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys. They arrive just right.
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's like seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension built up.
Riding on motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's on the side of a trike, the other's just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, this guy's weird? Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s. Who was the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he...
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
Very gentle while he's doing that. He's just like moving his hands like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does.
Yeah, he said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like helped to guide a little bit too. So,
Like this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just-
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys really are very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. Unripe too. Just a hard green coconut. There's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Can you ask him if he's ever been hit by a coconut?
yeah, sometimes. Oh, just sometimes when they hit the tree and then like, you know, just hit him too. Sometimes. But that is it. Like you have to be very cautious. You have to fall.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
We're told pretty bluntly that the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
what?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey
I don't know. I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
they are very well trained, right? So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30 or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree. They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
yeah, hit a fire. They just start jerking off. Just a quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkeys do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But you know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the trees and collecting the coconuts.
so again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes. Big boy monkeys, males. Mainly, apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday. It is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
All right, I don't know about thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving community of them.
Oh la la.
Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that hippo from Madagascar.
He's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at its butthole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that
area
old?
is like, it's not modern farming. So you can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. No, it really is like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
because we've never lived around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law...
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
This
Wow!
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill. Something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this. And hasn't been the case at all. Like when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. They sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts. And
I don't know, man. It'd really ruin the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh, no, no. Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like a top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. And you're like trying to walk away and it just fucking grabs on you, dude. It's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no. I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no! No!
Seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers, the monkeys. It's been a tradition.
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude. That shit's fucking disgusting.
Here for up to 400 years. It provides livelihoods for the locals. I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read online, you hear the negative sides of these stories. You're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor, is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild and training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys. That what's really happening with price tags.
This apple and this apple are the exact same, except for one.
Well, here's the first problem. You're buying a Granny Smith apple, which is disgusting, okay? We're not even going to get into the price tag bit yet. The fact that you are purchasing willingly a green apple from a grocery store is gross. The only thing worse would be like you being somebody that's buying a Macintosh or like a mushy red apple.
One thing. I only paid $1.29 for this apple, but for this one, you paid nearly 3 times that. Not because yours is any better, it's not organic, and I didn't get mine on sale. These are exactly the same, but the algorithm decided that you would pay more than me. Let me explain.
Listen, folks.
Yeah, well, it's really any store that has digital price tags, don't shop at. I think with the I guess advancement of technology, one of the only things that should never change is physical price tags, because that ensures that they can really only change them like once per day. Like unless it's like one singular product that they're up pricing. Like when you see paper, that's how you know that like that's been there at least today.
Start having a rush hour price to it.
These price tags started updating right in front of me.
Just stick it to your customers just a little bit more.
What a wild concept.
Carnegie, Rockefeller.
Do you guys have places with digital price tags though? I'll see them, but not to the point where like Walmart has everyone a digital price tag.
Just stick it to your customers just a little bit more.
What a wild concept.
Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Vanderbilt. What do they all have in common? They owned monopolies. Carnegie was the king of steel, Rockefeller was the king of oil, and Vanderbilt was the king of railroads. These guys focused all of their time and money on one thing, and that was dominating their industries. As their businesses grew, they were able to effectively crush any competition and choose whatever price they wanted to charge. And they were pretty much untouchable. But in 1890, a senator from Ohio formed a bill that would allow the government to step in. This bill, also known as the Sherman Act, only had 2 sections. Section 1 made price fixing illegal, and Section 2 made it a crime to monopolize or attempt to monopolize an industry. As you can imagine, when the government passes a law that goes against the richest people in the country, they usually find creative ways around it. So in 1914, the government had to pass.
It's illegal to monopolize, but what counts as a monopoly, right? Like the fact that you have 0 competitors, because you could argue that a lot of the big companies right now, like the top 5 in the S&P 500, are effectively monopolies of their own trade. Like, is Amazon not a monopoly in some way? Like, obviously, the Amazon Prime Video portion of Amazon is not a monopoly. But, like, the Amazon service of, like, okay, yeah, there's Temu and eBay and Etsy and other places where you buy shit online. But, like, I would argue that the majority of Americans and anywhere really where Amazon's available is using Amazon as the first and foremost place where they're buying almost any product.
We're gonna start acting like airline tickets.
So let's play a game to really understand what we're dealing with. Here we have two grocery stores, Dave's and Willie's. To keep things simple, let's pretend they each
I'm going to Dave's.
Sell the same thing. Both stores sell their apples for $3 a piece. Customers don't really have a preference, so they just shop wherever their heart desires. But Dave decides that he wants to make a little bit more money, so he lowers his price to $2.50. For the next
Good choice going to Dave's.
week, the majority of customers start shopping at Dave's for their apples because they're cheaper. But as soon as Willie catches on to this, he lowers his price to $1.99. Again, all the shoppers follow the lower price.
That's just the idea of, like, capitalism, free market, right? The problem with that is nobody ever lowers prices or does anything reasonably without the potential to then just raise it in the long term. Like, it's like short-term gains for, like, or short-term losses for long-term gains. It's just great. Yeah, gross economics. I mean, it's literally just the idea of competitive pricing because you need to, not because you feel like you want to give your customers a good deal.
Price and move back to Willie's. As you can imagine, this could just continue indefinitely, and that's why it's called a race to the bottom. This is the ideal scenario for us because companies are forced to compete for the lowest price to attract the most customers. However, after all this back and forth, both Willie and Dave are now making way less than they did when both of their prices were $3. If they could get together and create a plan, they could both raise their price to $5 and make way more because customers have nowhere else to go for their apples. But that would be considered collusion, and that's illegal according to the Sherman Act. But
well, and isn't it also within reason on how low you're able to drop that price tag, right? Because couldn't Microsoft, the fucking, monolith of a company that it is, sell their Xboxes for $50 and just take billions of dollars in losses and effectively drive PlayStation out of business?
Doing the collusion, and instead it's the algorithm. And what if the algorithm didn't just know what everyone else was?
Competitive pricing is what Xbox did initially. PlayStation, I'm not 100% sure, didn't want to sell the PlayStation for $500. But when Xbox, it got leaked that they were going to sell it for that, PlayStation had to match competitively. It's not a coincidence that they're selling for the same price.
But it also knew everything about you. We're going to get to that, but I have something else to show you first. Exchange-traded funds were built in the 90s, and when you invest in one, you get what you get. You can't customize it, and there's only about 4,000 total options in the United States.
This is an ad.
Ideas, visit public.com/grant. Let's take a look at this chart. It's a simple concept most of us learned in school. Here you have a line showing the supply and
you're like, yo, bro's talking about ETFs, yo. Like, what am I going to start? Exchange traded funds. What am I on, Robinhood?
Line showing the supply, and here is the demand. The point where these lines cross is the optimal price an object should be. As the demand goes up, the price goes up. As the demand goes down, the price goes down.
Oh my God, wait, a monopoly is just the diamond market. That's the best fucking explanation, is the diamond market. I mean, you could even see that with iShowSpeed Stream when Speed tried to buy a diamond and they were like, oh no, we're only allowed to sell to 2 people. Like, the diamond market, diamonds aren't as rare as they seem. Like, they artificially withhold the supply to increase the capability of them to sell them at a higher demand, right? Because they limit the supply, that increases demand. But if they released all the diamonds they had, then diamond pricing would drop pretty drastically.
Pricing goods, but ever since we started carrying these around, things have changed. Airplane tickets were some of the first things most of us noticed. Depending on what time of year you were buying them or when the trip was planned for, it might be more expensive or less expensive. This is what's called dynamic pricing. It's the reason Ubers cost more during rush hour and why flights cost more during spring break. Dynamic prices.
I think dynamic pricing, though, isn't bad in certain instances. Like, an Uber should cost way more at 3 in the fucking morning when there's less Uber drivers than at noon. You know? Like, if you're trying to DoorDash a fucking burrito at 3 a.m., that should cost you more money because there's less people available. It's different, though, when it's grocery stores that are dynamically pricing a product that isn't rare or a commodity that makes sense to do dynamic pricing for. Like, even flights, it kind of makes sense. Where if it's like the day before a flight and it's not full, obviously they're going to drop the prices because they want to fill the flight. What doesn't make sense is when airlines overbook people and then you have that motherfucker on the comms go, yeah, this is Delta Airlines number 608. We are looking for 2 passengers to potentially take a later flight for $500. No, I'm not getting off the fucking flight. I'm not getting off the fucking flight. Give me $5,000. Give me $5,000. I'll get off the flight.
On customer-specific variables. These are things that are determined without any customer data, but as we've started to open our lives up more and more to data collection, we've pretty much opened Pandora's box and allowed companies to take complete control of our spending. If we return back to the Sherman Act, for something to be considered collusion, there needs to be an agreement to fix prices between multiple parties. But that agreement doesn't need to be said, written, or even directly agreed on. It could be something as simple as a wink. For example, if Dave and Willie, our grocery store owners, are out golfing one day and Dave says, man, the price on these apples is way too low. Then they both go and raise the prices the next day. That's considered illegal collusion. In other words, you don't need a direct agreement at all. You just need to prove that they are no longer acting independently. That leads us to the problem we're having today. And in order to explain this, I think we need to order some groceries. Now, Instacart has been getting...
Bro just Instacarted 2 apples and a fucking box of cereal. Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? I feel like it's a waste when you're not ordering. Like, yo, I always think if I'm going to order something, I'm going to order like $100 worth of shit. Like, don't, like, dude, you remember that one time when Handsome DoorDashed a fucking Red Bull? Like a singular Red Bull. I'm like, you just paid a guy to walk into a 7-Eleven, grab a Red Bull, and drive it to your fucking house. Like, that is insanity.
Some heat lately. In a recent investigation, Consumer Reports found that grocery store prices were completely different for each customer, sometimes as much as 23%. And most of us know Instacart because of their app and being able to simply order our groceries instead of walking around the aisles of a grocery store, but they are also the leading software that grocery stores rely on. I mean, just think about it. Instacart had over 250 million orders in the first 3 quarters of 2025 alone. That's hundreds of millions of data points that they can compile and sell to the grocery.
Yo, I never use Instacart because I don't want another motherfucker picking which blueberries I'm using, okay? When I go to the produce section, I'm you know, I'm looking at the case. I'm seeing, oh, no, that one's got a rotten one. Don't want it. That one's good, you know? If I get Instacart, now it's some minimum wage. It's one of you guys. It's one of you guys, you know. You're high on the job, you know. You don't give a fuck if I get good grapes. Because you're just fulfilling the order. Why would you put that extra effort to be like, oh, this raspberry's a little fuzzy on this one? Fuck no. Why are we catching strays? Because the people that fulfill Instacart orders are usually like starting out at a Walmart. It's not somebody that's us, because the older people are the ones at the front checking the fucking receipts and just racially profiling people. The people that are doing Instacart are like the young guys that are rushing around to get shit done. The old people that have been there are the ones that are only stopping black people at the front. That's what they're doing. I mean, that's literally what they're doing. You can watch them do it. That's what they do.
Grocery stores to improve their efficiency because it's a digital.
That's cap, brother. You must be going to a different Walmart.
Storefront, there aren't any price tags and they can update things in real time. They even acquired Eversight in 2022, which is an AI company designed to optimize pricing.
I've seen it. No, I've seen it, bro. They read every receipt. But when I hand them a receipt, he goes, if I stand behind somebody that's a minority, that motherfucker's looking through each individual fucking thing. I'm like, yeah, no, that's crazy.
Promotions and discounts. But that optimization isn't for the customers, it's for the stores. According to Instacart, the tools they've built with Eversight can increase grocery store sales by 1 to
I'm a minority. Thank you for sharing, Zod. I've never seen that in my life. I go to Costco. I've never stepped foot in a Costco in my life, so I couldn't tell you what Costco's got going on.
3% and profit from additional sales by 2 to 5%. All of this being driven by an algorithm that is not only testing and updating prices and discounts.
Well, you're rich. I still shop at Walmart.
And profit from additional sales by 2 to 5%. All of this being driven by an algorithm that is not only testing and updating prices and discounts in real time, but it's also using our information against us. Which brings us back to our previous point on dynamic pricing. If you remember, dynamic pricing is based on non-customer specific variables. But to do what Instacart was doing, you need customer data like where they live and what they do for work, otherwise known as surveillance pricing. It is important to note that as of December 22nd, 2025, Instacart did announce that they are immediately ending all price tests and use of Eversight technology to run those price tests, but they are still allowing tests on promotions and discounts. Now, surveillance pricing really caught on thanks to social media. As we've shared more of our lives online and taught the algorithms what type of things we like to look at and buy, we're giving them the keys to our brains and how we shop. Not just that, but the brands have also found new ways to collect even more.
Well, the AI's gotta be fucking glitching out on TikTok, brother, because the ads that I get on that fucking app are absolute horseshit. None of the stuff that I see, I have any interest in. The only thing that I will say is I get a lot of fidget spinner lighter ads, and I almost bought one of them.
Data, and they've gotten really good at hiding it from us. All those loyalty programs you belong to, they're not really designed to reward your loyalty with free drinks and fries. Instead, they're just the bait to extract even more information from you. When you download their apps, you're giving up access to things like your location, the purchases you make on your phone, and some apps even include mini games that you'll play for extra points. But those mini games
What app are you playing? It has a mini game for extra points.
Are actually designed to study your psychological habits to learn even more about your shopping style. So when you're presented with an ad or you're looking to order your next meal, the app knows exactly what to put in front of you to maximize their profit. And that decision is made by an algorithm. These algorithms are constantly taking
McDonald's. Yo, whenever I pull up, you ever pull up to I haven't been to a McDonald's in so long, but you pull up to a McDonald's, are you using the app? No. No.
New information and forming opinions on you and what you're willing to spend. And this gets really creepy when you start to think about it, because these brands have built these huge profiles on us. If I lived in Beverly Hills, I used an iPhone, I shop at Whole Foods, I make reservations at nice restaurants, and I typically take 2 to 3 vacations a year, my shopper profile would feed me higher priced goods every time. And I would buy them without...
Yeah, because you're not reading the price. I mean, dude, that's the one thing that it's like... One of the most immediate luxuries of having a level of wealth is you don't you're not individually itemizing a receipt. You know, you're just looking at it and going, okay, this costs this amount of money, and then writing it off, right? Or not writing it off like tax purposes. I'm saying like pushing it off, moving it to the side. Like you don't give a fuck, right? Like if you're somebody that is living paycheck to paycheck or like middle class, how much the apples cost per pound matter, right? That's why to always see how in touch somebody is, they always go, how much is a gallon of milk? I don't know, not because I'm not in touch, but because I don't drink dairy because Big Milk is a fucking con. I guess the price of my total every time I go to the grocery store, and I'm right within $5 every single fucking time. Every single fucking time I'm within $5 of that bitch. Went 2 days ago, and I'm telling you, I said, I'm looking at everything, I go, it's probably gonna be $150. Actually, 160. It was 163. Get me on the Price is Right.
Not a second thought. On the other hand, if I only shopped at discount stores, I'm already saving coupons.
How much are eggs? Don't know. I can tell you how much chicken costs, though. Chicken tenderloins. If you get the Purdue chicken versus the Walmart chicken, it's different pricing. But I usually get the Purdue chicken packets that are about like $6.30 a thing. And it comes with about 8 tenderloins. And I get 2 of them.
Rarely purchase something if it's not on sale, the algorithm will only ever feed me discounted items or lower priced goods. But don't just take my word for it, because this is actually happening around us right now. In 2019, an investigation showed that Target was charging $4.99 for a TV on their app. But when you pulled into a parking lot of one of their stores, the price would increase to $5.99 because the algorithm
They were up at that bitch $100.
assumed you're more likely to purchase if you're already at the store. Also, in 2012, Orbitz was caught pushing Mac users to more expensive hotel options than PC users. When you would log onto the site with a Mac, the more expensive options would pop up first. The algorithm assumed that if you had a Mac, you were probably in a higher income bracket and could afford it. One study even showed that shoppers selecting fast delivery on baby formula were labeled as rushed parents and were assumed to not be price sensitive. So the algorithm would just bump up the price on baby items. But the problem's
The one other thing I gotta say that does this that I don't care and I think it's cool is stock market bars. There's bars where the more people that are buying a drink, the more it costs. So there's like price crashes and hikes, and they'll have a list of like pricing that constantly changes. Those bars are cool as shit. Where if everybody's buying Coors Light, now it's fucking, instead of like $6 or like $8 a can, if it's just like a cheaper bar, now it's 12, 15. But if it's like nobody's buying, Mango Cart, now Mango Carts are real cheap. Just buy the cheapest shit. Yeah, but then you buy the cheapest shit, then it gets expensive. Then you gotta switch drinks.
These algorithms aren't actually owned by each individual brand you have an account with. They're typically third-party providers, which means your data is being collected by one brand, sent to another company, and then compiled and shared with who knows how many companies. And now they all have access to what makes you most likely to purchase and how much you're willing to pay. But because all these brands use the same third-party providers, the algorithm also knows what every other brand is charging for the exact same thing. And in order to explain why that's a problem, we need to look at a company called RealPage. They're a software company that landlords could use for a variety of things, but specifically, it helped them determine the optimal price to rent their units out at. Similar to Dave and Willie in their grocery stores, landlords used to set their prices with a ballpark idea of what the market was willing to pay. They did this based on things they saw, heard, or observed around them. They weren't allowed to do this through agreements with one another because that would be collusion. But by using RealPage, landlords were getting pricing suggested to them. That pricing was calculated using all of the confidential data that RealPage had access to, which included all of the prices of the rental units in their area and the supply of units available. Using this information,
I was gonna say, I assumed that's how they did it. It's just like, how much are the other apartments around the same square footage in the same building going for?
the algorithm learned that instead of constantly decreasing prices to compete with other landlords, it could just set a higher rate for everyone and give the renters no other options. In some cases, the rental rates run by RealPage software increased by over 25% in just 11 months. It's just like the conversation Dave and Willie had earlier about raising the price of apples to $5. If everyone raises their price, there's nowhere else to go and the customers have to pay it. But this brings us to the question.
Well, isn't that part of the problem with like Section 8 housing as well? Section 8 housing is when you could get part of your rent paid for by the government, for the people that don't know. Part of the problem with Section 8 housing is places will partake in Section 8, but then up their pricing, knowing that a percentage of it is going to be covered by Section 8. So they're actually just making you pay more because they know the government's going to be paying for a percentage of what it is. I'm not a genius on real estate, though, so it's just like greed, though, of like real estate owners.
If it's an algorithm determining the prices and the landlords or companies aren't actually discussing anything.
Imagine a world where people aren't slaves to money. The problem is money's kind of needed. You could have different economies that run and have rules for how money is shared and how much things cost, but you kind of need money in a society for it to function. If you don't have money, then you need something that is an attributed asset or something that is valuable and can be given a price-to-price ratio. It used to be the gold standard, right? So, like, everything used to be based around gold. Now it's based around the US dollar or whatever currency that your country has. But you need some sort of centralized thing that is different from just trade items. You need something that just has value. Otherwise, you can't trade for certain items. Because, like, the older days, it was like, hey, I have a bunch of wheat. Well, I don't need fucking wheat. So you then trade wheat for gold, and then you use gold to buy something else.
Is it collusion? This has been a hot topic as AI and algorithms have completely outpaced our current laws, but the DOJ in several states did sue RealPage over anti-competitive practices, and there's currently a proposed settlement between the DOJ and RealPage that would force them to stop offering software that recommends how much to charge tenants, which is a win, but there also has been similar cases related to hotels and casino pricing that have been dismissed in court due to lack of evidence. Which leaves us in this weird twilight zone, and is part of the reason this video was so hard to make. As AI continues to advance and we continue to integrate the digital world with the physical world, how far is this all going to go? This is an electronic shelf label. You've probably noticed them at stores like Best Buy or Target, and in theory, it makes it easier for stores to reprice items or change shelf layouts. But they can also be changed remotely at any time, which means it won't just be Instacart changing the pricing in the app while you're shopping, but they could update it in real time depending on who's looking at it. Kroger recently partnered with Cooler Screens, who makes those digital freezer doors we're starting to see that often have an ad on them. But the scary part is that they also have a
That's even worse, bro. The fucking freezer doors that just have ads and other shit on them that tell you like what's in there, but it's also popping up other shit that it thinks you might want because it sees that you're standing in front of it, so it profiles you and then markets to you what they think you would most want.
Facial detection feature in them, allowing them to change the ad on the screen depending on the age and gender of the person standing in front of it. Kroger does deny that they're using the facial recognition technology, but we can all imagine what's possible if they decide to turn it on.
Pretend you were to walk into a store tomorrow. As soon as you walk through the door, your phone pings so the algorithm knows you're in the building and immediately has all of your shopping preferences saved. As you're walking through the produce aisle, the algorithm knows you've been watching TikToks about banana bread, so the price tag on the bananas instantly increases from $1.59 to $1.99. As you continue walking through the store, you reach the freezer aisle.
Bananas still aren't even that expensive, bro. Bananas are about the cheapest fucking thing you could buy at a grocery store, dude. Bananas are like 50 cents a pound. They're worth nothing. Bananas are fucking dog shit. Like, it's because there's so many of them and they're so easy to preserve that they could just fucking sell them for almost nothing.
Or recognizes that you're with your 15-year-old nephew, and because the algorithm also knows you've been watching Netflix on your phones, an ad pops up for the new Stranger Things Eggo Waffles collab. Not only that, but the camera also sees your 8-year-old niece who always asks your Amazon Alexa to play the songs from Frozen. So it shows a buy one, get one half off of the waffles and a Frozen inspired ice cream flavor.
Oh my God, the Stranger Things Eggo Waffles?
And a Frozen inspired.
Like, why is that a product? Fucking throw that in the garbage. Frozen 2 Magical Mint Snowflake. That makes more sense.
Neither of which were things we were planning on getting when I walked in the door, but now they're in my cart and I'm spending more than I originally intended. This is just a small example of what's possible with this technology, and it's only getting smarter and better at predicting the maximum amount we are all willing to pay.
If we continue down this path, there won't be a market price anymore, and competition will basically just disappear. We would reach a state of what economists call perfect price discrimination, meaning every person will see a price that is 1 cent below the maximum amount we would pay for an item. Some people would pay $4.99 for an apple, while others would pay $1.99. And all of this is almost unavoidable. Some economists say that surveillance pricing creates a more efficient.
Unless I start acting like I like certain products and hate others. I start tweeting out that I despise Honeycrisp apples and I think that they taste like fucking shit, right? Then I go to the grocery store, I sneak a Honeycrisp apple into the cart.
Market because the price reflects real-time supply and demand on a per-person basis, but it also eliminates the free market. If all the stores use
Honeycrisps are the best. Oh, I agree. They're the best apple. I'm saying I would lie and say that I hate the things that I like.
Same algorithm, you'll never be able to shop around for a lower price or find any real deals. It'll all just be a facade. There have been some proposed regulations that would require online and in-person stores to label things more clearly and say that they were priced by an algorithm, but all those pricing decisions we talked about are meant to be hidden from us. So how would we know if we're actually getting taken advantage of, and would we be able to enforce these new regulations? Thankfully, groups like Consumer Reports are conducting studies and investigations to dig into this, but to a certain extent, we have no idea what's actually happening. And I don't know what the perfect solution is. Do we put a stop to surveillance pricing completely? If so, how would that be enforced? Do we set limits on price increases? Or do we force every company to create their own internal pricing algorithm? I'm not really sure, but I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much for
I
watching.
don't know. I think just starting with the digital pricing system, I think if they want to have that to reduce the need to physically change every price tag, that's fine. But there has to be some legal rule that they're only allowed to change prices once a day, you know, like at the start of the day. Like once that is set, they're not allowed to change it at noon during rush hour when they know more people are going to be in and they're in a hurry and they're just going to pay more for the product. Like stuff like that. Outside of that, like the collusion of companies working together to determine prices, just fucking remove the capability for them to share information with each other. Lock in. First video of the day. They're fighting spiders on steroids in the Philippines.
All right, guys, what we have here is a Filipino fighting spider. It is a fun game amongst kids, but it all starts with these guys in schoolyards. Let's go.
It reminds me of like Beyblades. Does that make sense? Like this is like the equivalent of like schoolyard kids Beyblade fighting. Like a 1v1. Instead of that, they're using like real or hex bugs. Nah, hex bugs suck, bro. There's no way, bro. What the? Oh my god! Are they actually killing each other though, or just knocking each other off the stick?
They're fighting spiders on steroids. That's when I realized this wasn't some innocent kids game. How many spiders do you think you sell a month?
10,000 spiders.
10,000 spiders. This is his business, but kids are buying these spiders.
Guys, 10,000 spiders a month.
Oh my god.
Here in the Philippines, kids catch spiders.
Oh my god, I hate that. Oh my god, I hate that. Holy shit. Do they bite people? What type of spider is that?
In the bush and keep them in matchboxes and battle them out in the schoolyard. We have like a crowd of kids. I'm like the irresponsible adult in the room. Up right away for more aerial battles.
How do you tell who wins? Is it like cockfighting? Like it's to the death?
It's like some kind of real life Pokemon. And honestly, at first it seems kind of fun. Spider fighting rules are simple. A spider hits the mat, that's a knockdown. And the first spider to cause 3 knockdowns wins the match. But the deeper you go, the crazier it gets. There's this whole underground economy of breeders, dealers, doping, and underground gambling rings built around these.
There's underground gambling rings on fucking fighting spiders. You know what's crazy is that's some shit I would bet on.
Spider fights.
That's some shit. If I passed a place in the Philippines, they're like, we're taking bets, I'd go, this is kind of fucked, but.
So today,
I'll bet on it. Summer is literally right around the corner. We're in June. It's getting hot. The summer sports are beginning to start up and the NBA finals are heating up. Sports are at an all-time high in terms of entertainment, and what could make them more entertaining than DraftKings Sports, the sponsor of today's video. DraftKings is now available in all 50 states, New York to California. I repeat, all 50 states. DraftKings is now available. No matter where you're watching now, you're always connected and in the game within one singular app now, DraftKings Sports. And boy, do they have an offer for new DraftKings customers. Signing up using promo code JOEB, if you spend $5, you get $200 in total rewards. Spend $5, get $200 in total rewards using code JOEB at DraftKings Sports. Thank you to DraftKings Sports for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
We're going to see how this schoolyard game has evolved into
cockfights. I feel like that's worse. I don't know. Is this fucked up? I've never thought about this before. Like cockfighting and like dogfighting's horrible. I would say this is like below that. But it's like bugs. But like spiders are more conscious than, I don't know. It'd be like if you threw in like worms, I'm like not really caring.
Something
way more serious. And by the end of this video, you'll see how it can become this gateway into something
This is below cockfighting. Oh, surely.
much, much darker.
That looked like they're getting into dogfighting. Why do people fight with cocks, bruh? No, they're not sword fighting their dicks, Callum. They're cockfighting like male, like roosters.
If you spend any kind of time in the alleyways of Manila, you'll quickly find kids running around.
Oh, I've spent time in alleyways in Manila on GeoGuessr, buddy. I know the telephone poles here, pal.
Kids running around.
I know the wires.
With these little matchboxes divided up to hold spiders. It's just normal here. It's everywhere. No one treats them like creepy crawlies. No one's freaking out. In fact, they're treating them like these little
Imagine being a Filipino kid with arachnophobia. Rip.
mini fighters.
But how did they choose their spiders? Is it just based on color, something that they like? How does he know it's strong?
Malakas, galamay, dahil mahaba yung galamay niya.
The arms of the spider is more wider.
All right, it's like
A wider spider's better. I would assume just size in general is what you want.
it's like a tanky spider. I got it.
They pull them out, match them up with their friends by size, weight, and they line them up on sticks and let them battle it out.
All right, Dark Tiger is moving right across. Black Dot seems like super scared, hiding at the end of the stick.
Yo, how many Filipino kids you think going home crying after their spider gets murdered at lunch? Holy shit. You fucking put all the money you have as a kid into owning a spider and then it dies.
Dark Spider now moving down the web. We've got an aerial battle
Like they're just attacking each other.
right now. And Black Dot running away once more. These kids, they do not care. They are loading these things up right away for more aerial battles. Oh, it is thrown down. Oh my God. They are totally entwined in a mid-air battle. It's already over? That one spider already died? Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's dead? What the fuck? And the kid's not upset? The kid's not upset, bro. His spider died. Oh my God, it's already dead.
I don't even really know
What the fuck?
if they have any rules here. It's just kind of messy,
Yeah,
improvised.
it doesn't really look like there's any regulation. It looks like they're just kind of like making them touch each other until one dies.
And sometimes it basically turns into just a fight to the death.
Oh, really? Oh my God, guys. It's not over until the winner eats the loser, apparently. Honestly, that did not take long at all. The dotted spider won in like pretty much seconds. It's now getting loaded into this box to eat the victim. Turns out these things do end in death very quickly. This kid is like just watching two spiders eat each other right now. To be honest, I don't know if anybody really...
Well, that's his Victor. That's his Victor, right? He got a gladiator-ass spider. How long they live, though? Like, how long do you think you have this spider for?
knows who won there.
Like a month?
The end two just kind of like ended in some kind of like draw. And either way, we had two kind of dual victors.
And eventually everything just devolves into just this huge battle royale. A ton of spiders shoved onto the same sticks all at once. At this level, it feels fun and painful. And honestly, I'm sort of into it. It just feels like this Filipino version of the battling games that I grew up with. Beyblades or Pokemon or...
Bro, literally, it's just Beyblades. It's Beyblades, but they're having spiders kill each other. Oh my God. Or like Bakugan. It's kind of like, not really. It's not like a trading card game at all. It's like Beyblade. Somebody said Hex Bugs. It really is like that. It's like something where it's like a knockout.
Whatever you had in your corner of the world. There's just no branding or corporation behind it.
Guys, there is a surprising amount of downtime on shoots. There's like planes, boats, just waiting around in between locations.
Is it an ad?
The second you ask where these spiders actually come from, you enter into this kind of weird world. Pretty quickly, it starts to get a lot darker.
Yeah, why is he a masked man? Is this illegal? Like, why is this guy hiding his face in an alleyway to show you spiders that he's raised?
There's this real underground economy, a black market built entirely
He's
around
a fucking spider dealer, man.
the spider industry. Once it moves on from the kids, gambling gets involved. And so there's middlemen that are buying and selling these things every day. They're moving spiders from the countryside into the cities, where it isn't just kids that are after them, but serious collectors, breeders, and high-stakes gamblers.
You look like the most like decked out spider.
They look so similar though. How do you know which spider wins? Are they marking them? Like once they start jumbling with each other, I'm like, I don't know whose spider's who.
Spider gangster I've ever met. I feel like I'm doing a drug.
Also, this is like really degenerative gambling. This is because like this dude, it's not that entertaining, man. You're watching in silence like two spiders hit each other until one falls off.
Or something, guys. This is like this is pretty hardcore. Walk me through this. How did you get into spider fighting?
Maybe in my 20s.
In your 20s? So what you're saying is like you got into it when you were a kid, but then you started becoming a vendor in your 20s.
Yes.
But it seems like some people, as they get older, you know, they drop this hobby, but you got deeper and deeper. And how do you sell your spiders?
Facebook.
Mainly Facebook. How many spiders do you think you sell?
Facebook Marketplace? Are you fucking serious? Hopping on Facebook Marketplace, taking a picture of a spider, and then you got a guy that meets you. How much are you selling these for? 20 bucks? Like, you're not selling a spider for more than like 50.
A month.
10,000 spiders.
10,000.
Guys, this motherfucker sells 10,000 spiders a month. 10,000.
I mean, he's got to be a millionaire, you know? Like, if he's selling 10,000 spiders, there's no way he's selling them for less than $1. That is a grown-ass spider he's raised.
Spiders a month? You're right. This is a straight up spider cartel. I had no idea that this went to this extreme. And once money gets involved, you're not just looking for any spider. You're looking for the perfect spider. The right size, the right color, the right region, the right temperament. Are they different species or are they all the same species?
That one's big as fuck. Oh my God. Nah, yo, the kids they were shown with the spiders, they have some weak ass ones. Look at that one. Oh my God, that one's huge.
Bali dalawa.
That'd be like covering half your palm.
There's two species, there's different regions, there's color variants, and then there's sizes. And what other sizes do you have here, or are these all the same size? They size them against old 5 peso coins to sort them into the correct fighting classes.
Tangkal, tercera, CM, good size, oversize, jumbo, bali 6 sizes.
6 sizes.
Bali 7.
7 sizes.
But they fight in classes? Like, this is like wrestling, bro. Like, they sell them based off this, but there's like different categories to spider fighting. Yeah, it's like an MMA fight, bro.
Inanong derby size.
What is derby size?
Sobrang lakas. Ayun yung ginagamit na pan-derby.
Oh, they are looking for spiders with a wider
oh, that's fucking terrifying.
hands.
So basically, like, the pinnacle of spider is derby size. And it's the biggest.
The most expensive.
Most expensive, and that's where the money is in these big, like, actual gambling competitions. The high-end derbies actually weigh the things, like...
Like, I respect it, but it's okay, it's funny, bro. They got a cardboard box. They got a wooden box with the name of the spider and the weight.
Professional UFC fight.
He's got to be careful with the darts here. Oh, he's got it. He's got it, yep.
Don't laugh at them, bro, because you got a podium for a spider.
And they give them names based on patterns, markings, and the location law. So how frequently do you get a supply from the provinces? Like once a week, once a month?
Isang linggo, 3 beses, 4 beses.
3 times a week. And then you post it on Facebook and sold.
He sells it right away.
Oh, really? You sell out in a single day as soon as you get a supply?
Oh, depende sa sa araw kung ano. Kasi nagpapadating lang ako ng ano.
That's how you get...
Bro, I want to know how much money this guy makes. Can we ask that question, Andrew? How much you sell a spider for?
10,000 spiders in a month, guys. That's like... That's some serious freaking turnaround. How do the rules work? Is it legal to battle the different species against each other as long as they're a size match?
Parehas.
Dapat parehas lang talaga. Kasi
It must be equal so they can fight.
It must be equal size.
Yeah.
Tsaka yung parehas ng species.
And same species.
Got it. So it has to be same species and same size. We're directly...
Yo, you think they got like a Hall of Fame with like a picture of a spider? I feel like you'd have to, bro. There has to be some legend in the Philippines of a spider that didn't lose a single fight. He fought like 50 times, won all of them.
Leveling up against each other. Understood. What's the...
I honestly feel like they probably treat this like a horse race, where most of the money comes from breeding, no? Because like if you're an owner of a horse in the Kentucky Derby, your goal is to have that fucker win so you could sell his jizz. Because that's where you make money. Like, you're not going to make money, but, like, I mean, obviously, yeah, you're going to bet on your horse. You're going to make money, like, winning races. But, like, you're putting $100 million into a horse, and you're going to start selling its sperm for, like, a lot. I'm not lying, chat. A regular stud fee was $125K. So if you wanted Secretariat to have sex with your horse, you had to pay the owner $125,000.
The most you can spend on a spider.
500 pesos.
People spend 500 pesos on a spider?
They say, chat, this is the best thing, not the best thing I've ever heard. One of the funniest things I've ever heard, but it's true. The fastest way to lose money is buying an expensive horse and then shooting it. Worse than gambling. Gambling is it's not buying a yacht. If you want to burn $100 million, buy a champion racehorse and then just shoot it in the head. Why would you ever shoot it? I'm not saying you would. I'm saying if you had to get rid of money, because, like, there's always a hype. Like, my friend used to do this hypothetical where it was like, you get $1 billion if you but you, in a 24-hour period, you have to spend all of it. Like, you have to get rid of all of it, and then if you do, you keep it. Like, what would you do? Just go out and buy 1 million horse races. Or horses. Or, like, because buying a yacht's going to be, like, harder in a day than that.
Areas of the Philippines that are known to produce the best spiders come with serious demand. Which means there are professional catchers out there every night sourcing these things and funneling them to whoever's hands are willing to pay for them. Alright guys, it is twilight time. We have a spider hunting.
I don't know. Like, do you think you'd be able to wire $1 billion in a day? I feel like that's such a large donation. Like, I don't even know if that would be possible.
Right here, and we're about to head into the jungle. Is this really jungle? I don't know, but we're gonna catch some spiders. We gonna catch any spiders? For sure.
His name is Joseph.
Joseph.
Yeah, you would have to, like, buy $1 billion in Bitcoin. I think that's how you'd have to do it. You'd have if you were gonna, like, burn a bill and donate all of it in a day, you would have to basically buy a shitload of Bitcoin and then donate that Bitcoin to, like, wallets of charities.
Spider hunt.
Because you're not going to be able to wire $1 billion. Like, that's not happening.
It's simple, really. A flashlight and a lot of know-how on where to look. All right, we also have this team of, like, local kids who kind of, like, coming along to help. I think that, like, pretty much everybody, more or less, knows a little bit about spider hunting in these areas. It's right on twilight. You can sort of see it fading away in the background. And you kind of got to wait till night because you want to see, from what I understand, the eyes and the sort of web flashing, like in the light, you know what I mean? Glinting in the light.
How do they know what spiders they want to get?
Looking pretty carefully along all these trees, using the flashlight a lot. Again, we're sort of looking for web. It's harder now because it's not rainy season. I think the web sort of holds moisture, much easier to see.
Meron. This one. There's a spider. Wait, stop, wait.
Wow. Dude, nice work.
So we catch it like this.
I am not grabbing that fucking thing. Holy shit. I would rather go, like, nighttime snake hunting than do this.
There's a caught and quickly loaded into
Grabbing it with your bare ass hand.
the divided cardboard housings.
We put in his box.
Oh!
All right, guys, I think we're off to a pretty flying start. We're honestly like 100 meters from camp. We already picked up one spider, had a small web going. It was kind of wrapped inside a leaf. Actually, I've been told that is often how they are downed. One spider down. Let's hope we got at least 5 more to go. That was the goal, 6, but man, we're off to a really good start.
Yeah, but, like, why don't they just breed them?
This one. Oh, meron daw. Yeah.
All right, guys, spider number 2. This is, again, we're off to a kind
Oh, that's a weak chud one.
of a flying start. That's
He's about the size of a quarter.
maybe 2 in a couple of 100 meters. The game really seems to be just sort of walking along, closely inspecting these leaves. It's crazy how much they blend in. Okay.
He says he can sell it for 20 pesos.
20 pesos for this one.
Yeah.
That is a weak one, though. 33 cents? How much are the best ones selling for?
Okay.
I'm not thinking this hustle's very worth it anymore. I told you so, chat. I thought they were at least selling for $1 each.
Oh, shit. Oh, you got it?
Yeah. Okay.
2 spiders down. I think that's 6 targets.
He said 500 pesos. Bro, nah, he said it said 30 cents.
Run into is him spotting them. Boom.
Because you got to think, if they're using them in a gambling ring, yeah, it's like, okay, most of them are going to die in 2 fights. But, like, there's still probably spiders that are selling for, like, $100.
Guys, 3 down, 20 to 30 pesos a pop already. We're clipping along, man. It's going to be some serious income.
Yo, y'all are not doing math right. I'm certain 500 pesos is not $28. I feel like this is like a hive mind. Oh.
How often is he out spider hunting? Is it every night when it's in season?
Mga 5 hours ganyan. It takes him 5 hours to catch spiders.
5 hours every night.
Yeah, minsan lang. Kada dalawang araw lang. There's an interval every 2.
No, but it's Filipino pesos. It's Filipino pesos. Yeah, $8, fucker. You're looking at Mexican pesos.
2 days.
Every 2 days, something like that.
Isn't it the same thing? No.
Native pig.
Native.
Kill it. No. Wow. That was... Whew. I'm saying, like... yo, if that... You could eat that pig.
Native.
Native-ass pig. We're already out in the wilderness getting spiders. That's not a native pig. It has a collar on. It has a leash! Never mind, I take it back. I was saying if it was like a wild boar, you could shoot it and eat it. It's a pet.
Big.
This is where PETA goes. He just said to kill a pig. He hates animals. He hates animals. First he's racist by saying that if you play sports games, you're not a gamer. Oh my god.
Too close. It's too far, huh?
Trying to get this thing with a big ass stick right now. Oh, there he goes. He's dropping down. Easy pickings.
You're advocating to kill horses and pigs. No, I said I would shoot a horse if I was given $1 billion and I had to burn it in a day. I would buy a $100 million horse and then kill it.
That was kind of a smooth operation.
Super strong.
Super strong. All right. Derby quality spider, guys. Derby is like these big throwdown battles, money on the line. We'll be doing that later. Don't worry.
They're saying that if it's off-season, just like right now, the spider is stronger.
Oh, interesting. So there's less spiders, but they're better at fighting. Who's he selling these spiders to? Is he selling them directly to the guys who are gambling with them, or is there like an intermediary that's buying them up?
He just sell it to his friends that does gambling.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So there's sort of like gamblers are buying directly from him?
Yeah.
When you sell them, they all sold at a flat rate, or is there different prices depending upon the size and stuff like that?
He's basing it on the sizes. There's 10 pesos, 20 pesos, 30 pesos.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, we're in luck again. Here's another spider. Hey, guys, my first spider catch. I fucking hate spiders.
Bro, that one looks so... Is that like a baby, though? I feel like you couldn't even sell that.
Nice one.
Oh, I can feel it. Fucking hell, stronger than I thought. Oh, I don't know how to do this. How's it going to come out? Oh, there he is. That was my first spider, at least here in the Philippines. I have a little bit of training because I just did the episode on Cambodian tarantulas. But by the end of that, those are kind of like big.
What the fuck?
Big and weird.
Oh my god, bro. That's the size of like a rat.
Kind of cute. These little ones, I don't know why they give me the heebies. After just 45 minutes or so, he's already racked up 6 or 7 spiders. And you can quickly see how this is a full-time income.
Don't do it.
If you're catching hundreds of spiders every single night. We got, I think, 6 spiders in quick succession. Like, man, we were out there for maybe 1 hour. From here, we're gonna see where these go to spider vendors, and then to those buying them, both the kids and the professional gamblers who throw down with spiders in the back alleys of Manila. Let's go. They head to middlemen, these vendors who aggregate spiders from all across the country. Where do the best spiders in the Philippines come from?
Sa kadalasan, ang inaangkat yan sa Masbate, Visayas, Cebu, Bohol, Jensan.
All over.
Kung palakihan, Jensan, Cebu yan. For the masculine spider, masbate.
They're bigger or what?
Ang pinakamalaki kasi,
Why are we only blurring this dude's face? Because he don't want to be on camera?
Cebu saka Jensen. Bigger is from Cebu and Jensen. Pero kung patapangan, masbate. Masbate for the most brave spider.
Like more aggressive or something
More
like that.
aggressive.
They know which regions produce bigger spiders, which ones produce more aggressive spiders, which ones have more reach, the right
Like, these aren't dead?
markings,
Are they asleep?
different colorations. There's this entire folk taxonomy around the spider situation. You realize these aren't just bugs anymore, they're prospects. They're
Bro, they don't look hype, though. Like, is this a ref? Like, every clip they be showing, it's just some dude. Yo, that low-key looks like Sketch.
spiders, they're assets for these guys, and prices start to climb. And you might be thinking what I'm thinking.
Like a tan Sketch.
If the mountains of Cebu are known for supersized spiders with giant fangs and heavy venom loads, and the lowlands of Mindanao are known for ferocious aggression, and places like Bukidnon are producing spiders with longer reach or sturdier bodies, then why settle for one? Why not breed these things?
All right, guys, we are here with James, bona fide Filipino spider breeding expert. We're going to see what this whole sort of like breeding, collecting side of the hobby is.
How do you tell which one's male and which one's female? Like, how do you get them to breed?
Right now.
Breeders all over the Philippines obsess over variants, bloodlines, unique colorations, and all those little tiny characteristics that separate out the average spider from a killer.
Breeding?
Penis and no penis. No, it's like chicken gendering. You know, that's like a weird... If you want to go down a rabbit hole, go down the rabbit hole of chicken gendering. They have no way to tell what a male or a female chicken looks like when they're babies, but they have to separate them because they kill a lot of the males and grind them up because they're not going to use them for meat or eggs. And so when they chicken gender, they basically hire somebody and all they do is just trial and error for like months. And at some point they get good at it. And if you ask them, like, how are you telling which one's a male and which one's a female? They just go, I just know. What do you mean you just know?
Welcome.
I don't think it's color. It's like something. They like look at them. Like I remember going down a rabbit hole of that. I'm like, how are they telling?
How many spiders do you think you have right now?
When I full time, it's almost thousands.
1,000 spiders.
Yeah.
And what these guys are doing is crossbreeding different lines, trying to engineer the perfect super spider. Bigger, more venomous, more aggressive, harder
They're venomous?
to beat.
I infuse different location, different fighting style on the location. It starts when the female spider is mated on the wild.
First, a male and female with desirable traits are paired up. They're often from different regions of the Philippines, and they're left together until they mate.
These are the breeding units.
Yeah, the breeding here. This is the breeding area.
During or shortly after mating, the female spider will eat the male. His job is done. She then spins a silk sac to lay her eggs inside.
So you get the egg sac.
Oh, yeah.
Why does that happen so much in the bug world? They mate and then the guy gets eaten.
And it will...
Praying mantises, they like cut their head off or bite their head off or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
Will naturally hatch, or do you have to do
it
anything?
will naturally hatch.
When these egg sacs hatch, there's hundreds of spiderlings sitting inside one bubble tea container.
This is their eggs.
That's spider eggs?
Yeah.
You breed them?
Yeah.
They're gonna hatch.
Stop.
2 weeks, 1 week, mga ganun. Or 1 week.
Then I fed them. So you see, there's a small insect.
Right.
So I put manually the insect there.
Right.
So that the sling eat the insect.
Because it's harder to get food? Well, no, I think the female eats the male because it enables them to already be nutritionally filled, which ensures the survival of the offspring. It's like the male basically sacrifices himself to get cannibalized because that ensures that the female spider or praying mantis or whatever animal it is has enough energy to give birth and help them.
And they'll grow out together until they're big enough that they want to start eating each other. At this point, it's time to rehouse them.
Why don't they just stockpile food before they have sex?
So they're going to get
All right, we're done. Eat me.
moved to these
What the hell?
repurposed medical pillboxes, each one getting its own compartment and fed daily until maturity.
What do you feed them? Where do you get these insects?
Okay, I have 3 feeders. Small one, I have this kind of beetles here. I have super worms.
Oh wow.
That's for the big one. And also I have cockroach.
Cockroaches?
Here.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, guys. Guys, that is crazy. Dude just has like a whole box full of cockroaches, beetles and worms, and then sort of smaller worms sitting in this corner.
I just wonder what, like, I want to know the logistics here, bro. Like, how much do you think US dollar-wise this guy makes? You got to keep in mind the cost of living's lower and the sale price of stuff is lower in general. Like, when they found that spider and they were like, oh, this sells for 30 cents, if they were doing this in the United States, it would probably cost more. Like, everything would just be more. Dude, he's making more than 20K a year. Like, I feel like he's probably got to be making like 5K a month from this.
It's kind of a gnarly hobby.
If he's a breeder, maybe not one of the guys that's just like going out and hunting them, but this guy is like syringes. And like, this dude's like sciencing the fuck out of this.
I have one more to show you. Sorry for that. Sorry.
What is that?
So when they die, you just preserve them?
Yes, I preserve them. So this is my 5 years.
5 years of spiders.
5 years of spider breeding. So I already.
Why? Why do you have that? Why do you have that?
And the whole thing starts to feel like you're looking at some little
That has to smell so bad.
backyard mad scientist.
How much for you to drink that water? The juice. You don't have to eat anything. You just got to drink the juice. Oh my God. $50,000.
The kind of spider you can't lose money on when you bet. And the prices people pay for these mutants, it's not chump change anymore.
I infuse different location, different fighting style on the location. It's like chicken, right? You go to the other breeder, collect the fighting style, then crossbreed it.
So for you personally, there's like a dual interest. You're interested in the color variants, the marking, the patterns, but also it does feel good for you when you talk with one of your buyers and he reports back, look, this thing performed excellently.
Yes.
Can I buy more?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
But really, why stop at genetics? Because once you've bred the perfect mutant champion, the next question is, how do you push this further?
Recently, no medicine, right? But right now, there's a G-load. That the G-load makes the spider aggressive more.
That is where...
As I was going to say, how are you feeding them steroids? I feel like you could make a spider OD so easily. Like, the amount of stuff you're able to give them so you enhance their performance, I feel is like literally like one droplet of liquid.
Recently, no medicine, right? But right now, there's a G-load. That the G-load makes the spider aggressive more.
That is where G-load comes in. Their own little Captain America serum for spiders. A homemade super mix designed to turn an already dangerous fighter into something way nastier.
50 pesos.
I'm just giving it meth, bro, if I'm being honest. Like, if I was like, I need my spider to win the fight, my life's on the line, like, I'm going to a corner, I'm buying, like, crack pellets, and I'm, like, crushing it up and giving it to it.
We're going to see exactly how it works right now. I bought this spider right now. I'm going to spar
It would die.
against one that...
They actually did an experiment where they gave a bunch of spiders different drugs and see how they would spin their webs, and some of them, it, like, did okay, and other ones, yeah, they would, like, fucking die.
RS buys. It's going to be Andrew Fraser versus We the Future.
What's in the serum? Hitting that shit like we're about to shoot
We have
up.
2 spiders just warming up, just sucking down their G-load. It's going to take about 10 minutes till they're all like fired up apparently. They look pretty chill to me. And the spider will survive after eating G-load, or it's like a one-off thing?
Depende sa paggamit. Meron kasi pag nasobran, namamatay. Overdose and OD.
Oh, so some people will like OD their spiders by accident. What is like the Gatorade bottle?
What is in it?
What's down there?
What's in it? You're saying G-load, it's in a fucking Gatorade bottle. It's in a Gatorade bottle. It's like, yo, I guarantee you, bro, it's got to be like electrolytes. Like, there's no way. What are they feeding these spiders?
I think that's G-load.
That's G-load?
Yeah. This is a ready-made G-load, but he has to mix.
Hindi lang natin sinama yung talagang mga gamot.
Wala ba?
So vitamins.
For example lang naman.
Nah, this actually looks like people are about to start leaning on the corner, bro. He flicking the needle.
Energy drinks.
Energy drink.
What's the craziest?
It's energy drinks. It's energy drinks. It's like fucking, dude, it's like Celsius in a bottle, bro.
Stuff you've heard that people put in their G-load.
Steroids.
Steroids.
Yeah.
Actual steroids?
Just straight up. And is it like a well-known recipe, or is it kind of like a private thing each?
In each handler, there's so many types of G-load and so many ingredients.
Are people protective of their G-load recipe?
Yeah, has their own, every seller has a different approach of G-load.
Can you let me in on some secrets? What kind of stuff do you
Uranium.
like to put in your G-load? Or is it secret?
Antibiotic yung nilalagay nila, tas
Steroids, antibiotics, energy drinks. That's right. Red Bull will give you wings. Maybe Red Bull could sponsor this.
Coffee.
caffeine, ganun.
Caffeine?
This actually seems like an event Red Bull would sponsor.
All right, I'm starting to get it. There you have it, guys. G-load, ready to get some spiders, just super jazzed up. Gotta admit, it does seem to work. Like, you feed these things to them and they're all flying all over the place. Once you've got the right spiders, the right bloodline, the right homemade super serum running through them, the next step is obvious. You bet on them.
But how much money do you think they're throwing into these matches in a given day? Like, that's what I'm so curious.
We've come out to the outskirts of Manila to see how these kind of like a little bit more serious derbies, sort of playoff systems of spider battles actually go down with real money on the line. I think it's like this next level of progression from the schoolboys just like having fun, dicking around in the schoolyard for young adults. And maybe you can start to see why it starts to get a little bit more concerning, how this kind of transitions into the...
Yeah, it's more concerning because if you get obsessed with spider fighting, you're more likely to train, even though spider fighting's like not as bad as like cockfighting or dog fighting by any means. It's like you're open to the idea of having living things kill each other and bet on them. And then you're more likely to get into like other shit.
darker world of Filipino animal blood sports. And these derbies, these gambling derbies, are way different from what you see with the school kids. They have mini stadiums, whiteboard brackets, knockout rules. Bit of a step up from the school kids we saw yesterday, but they're already kind of taking this a bit more seriously. They've got their own sort of boxes that they bought from home. This tournament, I'm told, is a 2-spider each tournament. There's a referee, kind of ringleader. There is genuine money on the line. I don't know if that's making it to the final edit here. It is cool. Hi guys, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work. They're sort of matching up by size, like proper like weigh-ins. I'm told that at the big tournaments, they're actually using like jewelry scales to ensure that these spiders are almost identical in size, just like you're weighing in for a genuine boxing or MMA fight. But here they kind of like just match them up. They're already sized by coin, sort of by eye, so they should be roughly the same shape. And given that it's all one big knockout tournament, I'm sure that there ends up being mismatches. But I guess at least in the early rounds, these things are pretty evenly matched.
This still doesn't seem like a very big tournament, though, no? This kind of looks like a backyard event. Like they're doing this on the side of the road.
We're going to fight?
Yeah.
All right, boom. You can do it for me, yeah?
No, you will put.
No. You got this. You got this. I don't know how to do it. I'm an amateur. I need like a help.
Why are they so calm on this stick?
I need a trainer to do this for me. I'm just kind of like...
Place your spider here.
No. I don't trust myself. You got this for me. I don't want to be handling spiders, man.
Bro, that shit's definitely just piss in that one bottle. That fucking G juice or whatever. That shit was not, that was just, no, actually, I feel like, no, that's the color of Red Bull.
Hey! All right, there we go. She's never let me down. What a pick. I was mocked yesterday by the sort of...
Yo, I feel like I'm more hype about Beyblades, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like when I see a motherfucker let it rip and he just spins that shit fast as fuck. Yeah, I feel like that's like more skill.
Professional spider vendor. What's happening just there?
We use dead spider, so before the fight, the spider will get angry and too much. They will go aggressive.
So you sort of like stroke one spider with a dead one.
Yeah, like this one.
It's not always huge money, not here at least, but it's enough that you can immediately see the hook. And the bigger tournaments have big money on the line. All right, guys, we're up. Second spider. This is the one that's never fought before. We're 1-0, thankfully. So even if we lose, we've still got one horse in the race, so to speak. Spider in the race. All right, here we go. Oh! All right, at least we got one more spider in the race, but that did not go well the second time. We got one spider that's just, I mean, just not into the game, you know what I mean? It's all right because we're going to release it.
Yo, he wrapping that one up.
Crazy to me when they're sort of like spinning around on a web, battling midair. Got to admit, you can kind of
Holy shit.
see how.
Oh my God.
But
Yo, he actually just boxed that one.
how kind of like, I mean, when you think about it, it can be a bit disturbing. But at the same time, you get kind of numb to it. You're like, they're just spiders, your kids. It's kind of fun.
Oh my God, it's
We're going
eating
on
it.
the last battle ourselves. What do I do?
Just place your spider here.
Just put on the stick?
Yeah.
All right.
I will hold this one.
Oh no. Oh!
Like, how do you tell which one wins there when they both fall together like that?
Oh! She did all right. My undefeated spider. Okay, there we go. Oh, she's on the underside. I don't like that. Oh my God.
The spider is so good.
Guys, this is kind of crazy. This is 2 draws. These 2 spiders are really going at it. It's like a really even battle, surprisingly, with 2 draws, and that is kind of rare in this situation. We're gonna try to get it down at the same time again. Let's go. Oh, come on, baby. Oh no. I think I got lucky there. My spider right away went down on a web, which I don't think is the right move. There they go. These 2 spiders have been going at it 3 rounds now, not a single score. They seem pretty gassed now, though they're firing right up next to each other. Oh no. All right, she's clawed her way back up. Safe, safe, safe. Oh no!
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm not being that hype about this shit though. Like, it's cool. Oh no, you want, bro, he got 500 pesos.
I gotta admit, guys, like even after seeing this, I just don't feel that bad about this situation. I don't really see the illegal nature of it. To me, they're kind of just spiders. Battling it is what they.
No, like, I'm not, dude, I wouldn't pass this on the street and be like, what the fuck? Like, do I think that it's not great? Yeah. But I'm not, like, perceiving this in the same cruelty as, like, chicken fighting or, like, dog fighting.
Do out in nature, they eat each other anyway. They don't live that long. And there's just something about it. I just can't get myself to give as much of a shit about it, or anywhere near as much as you would with other animal blood sports. It does seem like this relatively innocent kid's game, kind of sport, duking it out. But I think that the real sinister or seductive nature of it is this young introduction to gambling, to the thrill of the gambling, and the nice, smooth introduction to the various other blood sports that they have here in the Philippines.
And the spider fighting, from what I've observed, kind of...
What other animal fighting is, like, popular in the Philippines? Like, the only animal fighting I really know of is chicken fighting and dog fighting. Are there, like, other animals they make fight? Not MMA, chat. I'm saying, like, where they, like, fight to the death. Monkey fighting?
serves as this innocent gateway.
Somebody said humans. Do you think there is somewhere in the world where there has to be somewhere in the world where they actually do like MMA fights, but to the death. And it's like this weird underground shit. Like, I think about that all the time. Like, there's probably some weird offshore boat shit where like a bunch of rich people and fighters get on a boat and then they like bet on actual humans to kill each other.
Drug into all of that. The parallels are almost one
Like Fight Club? Yeah, but like more secretive.
to one.
And not like just Fight Club for Fight Club.
The trainers will tell you the exact same thing. If
Street fighting? Yeah, but even street fight, like street beef shit, it's like, that's not to the death.
spider fighting is the schoolyard leagues, then cockfighting
It's called Philadelphia. Okay.
is the adult, massive billion-dollar industry. It serves the same instincts, the same conditioning, obsession over bloodlines, training, same gambling, and the bigger money is far uglier with way greater societal consequences. And in the Philippines, those consequences are unreal.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I also would not be interested in watching a chicken fight another chicken to the death. Like, I'd rather watch, like, Battle Bots. I remember that was, like, a show I loved. Like, why don't they just do that shit? Make a robot and have it fight each other. And then it's like, fuck, your shit's broken, but, like, a thing's not dead. I think the I saw this on TikTok the other day, and it wasn't funny, but it was like a culture shock where if you watch like US bullfights, they're kind of just dodging the bull, or they're like riding the bull, or they try to catch a cow or like a calf or something. Whereas like in Spain, don't they kill it? They kill it. Like a matador in reality like kills the bull in the ring. And I think like there's multiple TikToks of Americans going and not knowing that, and then seeing it and going, what the fuck?
The Philippine Justice Department will form
Oh, they made it illegal?
tracker teams to look for suspects behind the disappearance of cockfighting enthusiasts.
Oh no, this is about cockfighting.
The whole Isabong industry exploded into a scandal after 34 cockfighter-linked men disappeared last year, and it took extensive searches around Tar Lake to reportedly recover all of their bones.
Wait, so they were murdered?
And that is the world sitting at the end of this ladder.
Yeah, it's like gang involvement. Like spider fighting, it's not like, I don't think like, you know, organized crimes getting involved comparable to like cockfighting.
I don't know if it's just this fun little kids game anymore.
It's really fun. Nobody's really thinking about anything. Just focusing on the spiders and the match.
Got it. Guys, I've got to admit, it is like maybe a gateway into highly ethically questionable gambling.
Yeah, I would argue that a lot of people that are older Filipino men that are in the cockfighting area have also at some point done spider fighting. It's just the argument's whether or not this is like a gateway in that sense. Like, it's hard to argue one way or another. History's most ridiculous jobs that no longer exist.
That no longer exist. In this day and age, we really take for granted just how quick and easy it is to be able to communicate. Back in the days of yore, not everyone was rolling around at the speed of sound. It could take several weeks to be able to relay critical information to your buddies, and a lot can change in just a few weeks. Nevertheless, delayed information.
Being a message carrier, that had to be one of the worst jobs during World War I. When they'd give trench warfare, because most people would die just because of bomb bombardment. They would give one guy they would give 4 different guys the same message and just go, okay, now run to the other trench, knowing that like 3 of them are going to die at least. Then if you make it, they give you another letter and they go, okay, now run it back. No! What the I mean, like, that's like the worst job. That's going to be the worst job ever in World War I. Being the guy that has to run from in area to area, just knowing that you're probably just going to get blown up.
Information was better than no information at all, and that's why highly trained long-distance messengers could make or break empires. First used thousands of years ago in ancient times, couriers were the best and fastest form of communication pretty much up until the invention of the telegraph in 1837. Sure, boats and trains made things a tad bit faster, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated courier system of its time was that of the...
Don't spam W subs. We're just going to silently move to sub-only mode. You know, you saw it, right? You know, there's a lot of annoying chatters, just a little spam, you know, it's just, what are we doing?
Mass 2-pointer, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated...
Oh my god, I never even thought about being a guy that had to transport a message from the king in the UK all the way to the United States. Holy shit. Motherfuckers didn't even know we were in war for 3 months, you know? You gotta get on a wooden boat and sail across the ocean to go, the king decrees that you shall stop. No. Really? Yeah, no. Tell him no. Okay. Gets back on a boat for fucking 4 months. They said no. Okay, well tell him I said that we're going to kill them. Okay. Okay, I'll be back.
The courier system of its time was that of the massive and girthy Achaemenid Empire, also known as, or at least considered to be, the first Persian Empire. They constructed the
ping delay? Dude, is horrible. Oh my god. Yo, that had to feel like having a chat on a 10-minute delay, actually. Saying some shit, not getting a response for fucking forever. You're like reading a message from 8 years ago. You're like, oh shit.
Arium, a series of relay stations littered across the Royal Road, the main vein of the Empire. This connected two major cities within the Empire, Susa.
Yeah, but that's not nearly as bad. Like, you having to, like, get on a horse and ride for, like, 7 days, 8 days. Like, how long do you think it would take?
And Sardes, can you...
It probably actually way longer than that.
Can you deliver this message to, Sardes? Yeah, no problem at all. Sardes, no. The Royal Road stretched across 1,700 miles of the Empire's western half.
How long does that take to ride a horse that far?
With patrolling guards and security stations.
A while. It's time to redeem Dent. It was a relay? Oh, so you're saying they run it to a guy who runs 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 it to the guy that's supposed to get the message.
At regular intervals, making it heavily secured. I mean, it kind of had to be. Messengers traveling down the road were carrying the orders from the Great King himself, so they were pretty important. Anyone severing or intercepting that line of communication could cause devastating effects. Also at regular intervals were checkpoints. These were relay stations that housed freshly charged horses as well as other messengers ready to pass things along down the line. This system of stations dropped delivery time from roughly 90 days on foot to just 7 to 9 days on horseback.
Oh yeah, because you never need to take time to stop. Like, you finally make it and you just give the guy the letter and he hauls ass.
But what if you didn't have horses? Well, we'd have to ask the Inca. Jump forward 2,000 years to the 1500s, and not much has changed in the ways of communication. In fact, one could argue that it was way worse. With no horses around, Incan runners instead relied on their piggies.
They had to run? Yo, you gotta deliver this 3 countries over. Ooh.
Messengers of the king, called the Chasquis, were slipped,
just running marathons,
fit and ready to rip, carrying messages across the vast mountainsides of the Inca Empire. Unlike their Persian counterparts, the Inca didn't carry the messages in their pocket.
How well do you think these guys would fare in like a modern day marathon? Because if you're a Chasqui and your entire job is to just deliver messages on feet or on foot, you gotta be bad. I feel like if you gave them like Nike runners and you're like, all right, get in this race, I feel like they do pretty good now.
Like their Persian counterparts, the Inca didn't carry the messages in their pockets, but rather their noggins. And that's because the Inca...
They had to remember the message. Oh my God. Dude, you make it all the way there and you're just like, all right, what did he have to say? Ah, fuck. I don't remember. Something about... somebody dying? I'm not sure.
Did not have any formal written language.
Oh, that's
wild, right? Instead, apart from some complex numerical systems involving tied knots of string, everything was spoken. So
what? They had a number system of tied string, but they had no written language. They never thought, like, maybe we should write this down. This is really a pain in the ass to try and remember a specific message for a day straight. And it's like, it's probably a not just sometimes one sentence. Like, if you have to relay a message, you might have to relay like a complex idea, you know? Like, it's not as simple as like, oh, hey, go tell this person this king has died, we need to meet up. It's like, no, you have to go let them know like a full paragraph of info.
A strong memory was the key to getting the right message across.
It's like the telephone game. Well, I think in this instance, there's not a relay. I don't think it's a guy telling somebody another message who's telling somebody else. I think it's just like, hey, you have to go tell them this.
Ross. The Chasquis were tasked with relaying the king's orders to nearby provinces and military commanders. Tell the soldiers that they're doing a solid job and to keep up the great work. Yes, my king.
There's no way it was that simple.
The Inca, though, did rely on relay stations to always have a fresh pair of legs ready to...
That's worse! That's worse! You have the fresh pair of legs, but then now I'm telling a guy a message that I was told, and he has to tell somebody else. And then now it's like the message gets to the guy that needs to hear it, and it's just fucked.
To deliver a message.
It is telephones.
According to Spanish chroniclers, that's a fun word to say, each station was about a half a league apart. but could be as far as 1.5 leagues. That's over 5 miles, or for you metric fellas, over 832.
5 miles, bro? That's not that far for a guy to, like, I mean, that's a far run. Like, I couldn't run 5 miles, like, easily. But for a guy that's job is to run something 5 miles.
2,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small huts.
Why did we not hold the fuck up? For the people that don't use we use the Imperial. For people who don't use the Imperial system, why are we telling them how many centimeters it is? Just say how many kilometers. 8.3 kilometers.
132,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small.
It's a joke. Yeah, I know, but it's still
huts with other Chaskees standing about, ready to get a move on. Upon arriving, the first messenger would give the oral performance.
You must be fun at parties. Oh my god, I remember I used to get that all the time. But then I usually was the guy that was like, why are you fixing a watermelon with ramen? Just eat the watermelon.
Performance for his buddies, and then repeat the message that he came with. After memorizing the information, the next Chasqui sprinted up to 5 miles to the next station. Now keep in mind, this was the Inca Empire. It wasn't easily traversed flat road. It was pretty much uphill both ways, wobbly, cobbly stone roads 10,000 feet above sea level, on par with how our parents walk to and from school every day, or so they claim. The king said to slob his knob, and that Greg's a jerk. The fuck did I do? It's unfortunate that sometimes things get lost in translation, but remember the first rule of exchanging information. Never shoot the messenger.
Sin Eater? What? That's a job? What do you do?
Leave it to the English to come up with some spooky dooky hocus pocus type stuff. If you're extremely poor and a social outcast with no lucrative or meaningful skills whatsoever...
Oh my god, you probably gonna eat like their poop or something, dude. Holy...
Then the profession of Sin Eater might have been on the menu for you.
Blimey.
Historically, the job was performed throughout the early 17th century up until the 19th century, mostly in England, Scotland, and Wales. So just this area. As a Sin Eater, you were always on call for your services, as people have a tendency of kicking the bucket at any given time. So while you sat slapping mud around all day outside your thatched roof cottage, you could receive the news of a local death at the drop of a hat. Oh, he's dead. A relative or loved one would seek out your services almost immediately after the passing had passed. Once you were summoned, you'd pull up your britches and tween off screen to convene with the spiritually unclean. Arriving at the door, you politely knock before entering.
This seems like a good ass job though, bro. What do I gotta go up to the dead guy and go, alright, I've eaten his sins. He's clean.
You waddle inside to see your new customer and get to work. So
it's gonna be like you have to eat a small intestine or some weird shit. You gotta drink his blood.
So your job as the local Sin Eater was to, as you could probably guess, eat the sins of the deceased, as praying
How do you do that?
And repentance apparently wasn't good enough. Now, the eating of the sins was of course symbolic in nature, but it was conducted in a literal fashion. The family of the dearly departed presented the Sin
Don't say you had to eat him.
Eater with food, usually bread and beer. The food was placed on the chest or face of the individual right as they had passed away, supposedly.
Alright, that's pretty awkward. That's pretty awkward. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so there's a dead guy with a loaf of bread and a pint of beer on his stomach, and the family is going to watch me eat the bread and beer while they're crying over his dead body. And I'm sitting in a dark room because it's the medieval ages, next to a rotting corpse. And I'm just like, just eating bread. You do get free food and a pint of beer. That's pretty awesome. You leave a little drunk.
At least sucking up all the bad juju as
good bread. Thanks for the beer.
As a soul floated to region.
I'd go, I think he's still spiritually unclean. I'm going to need another 3 beers. I think I'm going to need another, I'm sensing something wrong here. I think I'm going to need another 4 or 5 beers.
Beyond. So, now with the food being properly seasoned with a pinch of immorality and a dash of transgression, it was time to chow down. The basic idea of the whole ceremony was that you would effectively absolve the dead of any wrongdoings committed in life, allowing them a clean slate departure for the heavens as a certified good boy. Now you're probably not surprised to learn that this was far from a Michelin star dining experience. The bread was all stale, and the beer was warm with a bunch of gross floaties in it. Perfect for the hipsters, but...
Okay. And you lost me. Stale bread, warm beer. Ooh.
Less than ideal.
Warm beer, and it probably tastes like shit, too.
For normal people. So after munching and crunching and glugging and chugging, you'd say a quick yet emotionally packed prayer. Rub-dub-dub, thanks for the grub.
May he be absolved. And then I run out. I dive through the window, break the glass. He's clean.
Yay, God. Where's the shitter? Now with a proper sense of closure, you'd receive your paltry fee and be promptly vacated from the premises. So while your work of purifying one's soul was well appreciated...
Bro, and you get like free food though, no? I feel like this is a W side hustle.
You were looked down upon, even outcasted. The belief was that...
Oh, because now you have all the sins.
You'd retain all of these absorbed sins, polluting your own soul in the process. That being the case, sin eaters were forced to live reclusive and isolated lives, being hated, ridiculed, and shunned by the locals. Until it was time to deep throat a sin or 12. It's not exactly clear how the tradition of sin eating was started. Some believe that it derives from the Jewish tradition of the scapegoat, a literal goat that was imbued with all of the local sins and troubles, sent out into the wilderness and actively prodded off a cliff, taking all of the town's trials and tribulations with it. Atonement complete. Thanks, Mr. Goat.
Wow, like we as a human race are like so fucking stupid, dude. It's unreal. We fully believed that like we could just like put the fucking every bad thing you've done onto a goat and then just throw it off a cliff, and that makes it better.
For sin eating, it seems that the tradition was finally laid to rest in the beginning of the 20th century with the death of Richard Munslow, the last known sin eater in England.
Dude, 1906? I mean, that's like a long time ago, but that's still like modern day history. Like, we're almost at the roaring 20s there.
He reportedly was a humble and well-loved farmer who took on the job after the premature deaths of his children. Very sad. All in all, sin eating really was a self-sacrifice when you look at it, trading in any sense of social standing for a few pence. But hey, free bread and beer.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you're a poor guy starving to death. It's like, all right, I'll eat your sins.
If you thought your childhood was rough...
What was this? Powder monkey. Oh, you just gotta like run back and forth cannon powder.
If you thought your childhood was rough, imagine dipping, diving, ducking, and dodging your way through cannon fire while slugging a heavy sack of gunpowder on a ship in the middle of the ocean. That's what powder monkeys had to deal with almost on a daily basis. So while
they were kids,
may have been pissed at your mom for taking your Game Boy away for a few days, powder monkeys were grateful if they even saw tomorrow. Back during the Age of Sail, naval warfare was a pretty common occurrence, ships just blasting big metal balls at each other in hopes of sinking the other guy faster or causing enough damage to warrant a surrender. In order to give yourself a fighting chance, you needed a well-trained, well-supplied crew who knew their way around cannons. Besides ammunition, the cannons needed a propellant to send those cannonballs barreling at the faces of the enemy. That propellant, of course, was gunpowder. In the heat of battle, every trained sailor needed to man their stations and execute their responsibilities in order to have a decent shot at survival.
Dude, I feel like I could be a fire fucking, like, pirate captain. I'm so serious. I think I could run that shit. We'd run training drills. You know, we'd fast load cannonballs. You know, cut the reload time down. Like, no, I'm serious. I would treat that shit like a video game. I feel like they didn't practice enough. I feel like a lot of the time they just went into battle and it's like, yeah, they had military training, but it's like, bro, you could really chop down the loading time on these fucking things. I can never get over the fact that, like, in the Revolutionary War, the battle consisted of everybody lining up in a line and shooting a very inaccurate gun and then standing in front of the guy that's pointing a gun at you and spending 2 minutes reloading and fucking, you know, pushing the metal ball down back into your gun. Like, why are we in a line right now? We're making it easier for them to hit us. I know it's like, okay, now we're shooting a wall of bullets and we're able to hit something. Why don't we shoot, separate, merge back, shoot, separate? Like, I don't understand. There had to be a better way to fight. Like, I haven't read Sun Tzu's Art of War, but, like, there's no way in those like early gun times, that was the best play.
But one responsibility that didn't need much training outside of carry this shit and run over there was that of supplying powder to the cannoneers. Since there wasn't much to the job description,
they spread out once guns became accurate. Yeah, and then it was guerrilla warfare. But like, still, like, guns aren't accurate. All right, I'm not about to walk in. Like, dude, they would just walk at each other and shoot. And sometimes it'd be like, oh, fuck, they're hitting a flank. They're a mile away. They're a mile away. They're flanking. They're flanking. Oh, take fire. What the fuck? I'm running away, dude. I'm not. What? And it's like, they have the flag bearer. And like, say the flag bearer gets shot in broad daylight. Somebody else has to go pick it up. You're just dead. Just for the symbolic nature of like holding the flag up. I'm like, we're just losing a man. Oh, let me put my gun down and go pick up the fucking flag. What?
Task was given to young boys, usually between the ages of 12 and 14.
Then you're not respected. Okay, I'm not respected.
You see, back in this time,
you're like actively killing your chances of winning. Like, I'm just going to target the flag bearer because that gets 2 for 1. You kill the guy that's holding the flag. Now a guy's got to put down his gun and go pick it up.
The 16th and 19th centuries, people were just cranking out kids.
Or some jackass who's playing the drums. Gets his head clean blown off with a cannon.
Especially the poor. Simultaneously,
it's a war crime. The guns were inaccurate. You can't say that I could go, I didn't mean to shoot him. I was aiming that way.
Nature was just cranking out infectious and deadly diseases, and industry was cranking out fatal working conditions, both of which were promptly streamlining children into the orphanage pipeline. This, of course, caused orphanages to become overburdened, and they needed some relief. And where's the best place to put able-bodied youngsters just looking for any kind of future?
The army!
The military, of course. European and eventually American navies were scooping up hundreds of impoverished chaps each year and dumping them on ships to take on the role of powder monkey, more often than not against their will. But the young lads were quicker, more agile, and physically smaller than their adult counterparts, making them perfect candidates for the job. During a battle, each boy would quickly carry at least 2 leather cases housing powder cartridges from the ship's powder magazine deep down in the hull, all the way up to the cannons. A dangerous job for sure, but a critical one for the success of...
Mr. Smith just said, made him grow up. Yeah, made him get some hair on their chest. Yeah, did him good. Did him good.
The skirmish.
Same thing with chimney sweeps. Yeah, go jump in that hole.
Oi, lad.
Go jump in that hole. Here's a broomstick.
Bring me that very explosive powder, eh? And be quick about it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
It's because guns weren't accurate and standing in a line was the only way they found to hit the enemy. Muskets hit inaccurately and had a row of them guaranteed that the enemy gets hit. Hitting a flag bearer wasn't a war crime. It showed that their patriotism. Bro, listen. Okay, standing in a line proves accuracy. Why don't they stand in an arc? Why don't they surround the enemy spaced out so they're all aiming in a diverging point where even if they're inaccurate, they're likely to still hit an enemy, but they're not a wall. So individually, the odds that you get hit are extremely low. You know, hey, let's spread out in groups where we just go doom, 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 and aim like inward. They did do that. Yeah, but all the shit you see is like people in like literal lines just fucking shooting, standing like a foot apart from each other.
Yeah, that's a good lad. In exchange, the young fellows were clothed, fed, and given...
You're gonna shoot at one person. No, I'm gonna shoot at the group of idiots that are fucking lined up, aiming at me alone, right? All right, you'll kill me. I'm one person. We all shoot at you from different directions. We just killed 10 of you.
Beds, even a little bit of education to fill their head.
Dude, it's wild how high ground in like early war times was just GG's. We're on a hill. It's over. No point in fighting. No point in fighting. You've lost. Even now, having high ground's crazy, but like back then, dude, oh my God. Having high ground, it was just, you're cooked. We're just going to aim cannons at you and it's over.
The plan was to have the boys eventually become official full-time members of the Navy, assuming that they survived to adulthood. Yet despite the fact that they were a key part of the crew, they held no formal naval rank on the ships which they served. Now, while it was nice to have a place to call home, clothes on your back,
oh my god, this is a real powder monkey,
and food in your belly, it of course came with the steep price of witnessing the horrors of war. Just to clarify, I said that powder monkeys were usually between the ages of 12 and 14. But in reality, some were much younger, with some documentation showing cases of children as young as
Jumpin' Jim and Legless Larry,
7 years old. These little guys were subjected to watching.
Bro, there's zero chance a 7-year-old would be good at delivering gunpowder.
Their fellow crewmen being blown to smithereens, impaled by split bits of ship, blinded by shrapnel, or having limbs ripped from rogue cannon fire. None of which they were immune to themselves, mind you. It wasn't until the end of the War of 1812 that formal regulations were put in place, preventing any recruitment of powder monkeys under the age of 12 from serving on ships in the United States. The British followed in suit with an age limit of 13.
Bro, you're a 7-year-old on a fucking warship. Oh my god.
13 for the role, though these age restrictions were still often ignored.
And you're getting targeted, dude. They board your ship, you're just easy kills. Like, and they're gonna kill you. Because, I mean, like, maybe they take you captive if you're lucky or some shit, but, like, they're just gonna kill you.
This did, however, fully die out in the mid-1800s once child labor laws were put in place and technology made the role obsolete. Sorry, kids. Looks like it's a big old box of PTSD for Christmas this year.
Euroscopist.
Medieval medicine was wild. Physicians back then were really just throwing anything at the wall to see what stuck, which led to a bunch of strange medical practices that would, luckily, fall out of favor once modern medicine emerged. One such practice was that of uroscopy, the art and science of checking out your pee to determine your health. Now,
oh my god, dude. Was there like a guy that would like taste your urine? No fucking way. Why is this the Epstein Island here? What the fuck?
I know what you're thinking. Isn't this still used in the modern day? Yes, but no. Urinalysis, as it's practiced today, uses chemical, physical, and microscopic analysis of urine samples to generate quantitative data for diagnosis.
Versus a guy just going, yeah, I think you're gonna die soon.
Uroscopy.
That tasted bad. Let me say this nicely. That was gross.
On the other hand, well, it had dudes snooping, sniffing, and sipping your pee. Well, Doc? I need a second opinion.
And what is that guy doing? Is he comparing the urines of like healthy people and unhealthy people and then determining that like if your urine tastes like an unhealthy guy, you're gonna be unhealthy?
Yeah. No.
That actually doesn't seem like bad logic to me. Like, I'm serious. Out of all the dumb shit that, like, people did medically, where it was like, oh, smells are the reason you're getting sick during the bubonic plague. Like, having a guy drink the pee of a dying man and a healthy man, and then now you know the taste, it's like, okay, now let me just taste other people's urine, and if it tastes like the unhealthy guy, you're probably going to be unhealthy. But, I mean, I feel like that would be, like, semi-true if you had, like, weird kidney problems.
You might be surprised to know that the practice of uroscopy has been around for thousands and thousands of years. The earliest known evidence...
Damn, bro, you think they were getting paid well to drink people's piss?
Evidence that historians have dates all the way back to the 4th millennium BC, where some ancient Sumerian physicians took note of urinary color. Perhaps the most profound early evidence that we have comes from the ancient Egyptians around 1550 BC. This is the Ebers Papyrus, a 65-foot-long medical scroll from ancient Egypt's New Kingdom era. This single document details over 800 diagnoses and remedies for all kinds of conditions ranging from skin problems, eye problems, burns, tumors, a limp, broken bones.
I don't know, dude. If you're alive in like the year 4000 BC and you pee black, it's over. Like, it's just over, man. Now it's like, okay, sure, but I'm not going to like a urologist in the year 4000 BC to stare at my pee and be like, yeah, this is bad.
Birds' teeth, brown parasite.
I'm going to prescribe you to eat 3 mullein leaves.
And of course,
that'll cure you.
Urinary conditions. The study and examination of urine continued for a while, but the formal occupation of uroscopist is believed to have been introduced between the 4th and 7th centuries in the Byzantine Empire.
Didn't you drink piss? Yes, I've drank my own piss multiple times on accident. On accident. Keep that in mind. One time, I'm not going through these stories again. Yes, I've drank my piss on accident. It tastes like really thick, warm salt water, if you're curious. Pee tastes like really gross salt water. All like slimy salt water.
Empire, hitting its peak in the Middle Ages. According to medieval Welsh medical texts, it was believed that urine was the filtrate of the
Tell us the story. I'm like a freshman or sophomore in high school. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Search and Destroy. Maybe I was in 8th grade. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Search and Destroy, because I think that's when it came out, actually. I might have been in like 7th or 8th grade. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Search and Destroy. It's mid-round. I have to pee. I can't run to the bathroom. I pee in a bottle that I was just drinking out of. I put it back where I was drinking out of. Moments later, I go, I'm quite thirsty. And instinctively, I grab the bottle. I sip it. I go, that's piss. Yuck. Spit it out. Wash my mouth. Move on. Right? I do it again like 6 months later. Then there was another time where I was drunk at my friend's house, and I packed a water bottle in my bag, my backpack, because we were going to go to a bar. I was going to sleep at his house. So I pack a water bottle in my bag, and I fall asleep. I wake up, and I go, thirsty. Reach into the bag. It's very dark. I start drinking, and about like 2 gulps in, I go, that's piss. And I put it down. And I go, I hope it was my pee. I assume it was my piss. But at some point, I think I had to have stood up and peed in the bottle in the middle of the night or something. I don't really know, but... yeah.
Or humors: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Of course, we now know that
there might have been a 4th time, but I think there was 3.
Your pee is the product of your kidneys filtering your blood and excess water, but hey, medical science was still a baby back then. Because of this
how do you pee in a bottle? You aim the pee into the bottle. So easy. What do you mean? I've pissed in a bottle 1,000 times. 1,000 times. I've peed in a bottle. It's hard for women? Yeah, because they don't have a fucking rod to aim with. You're just, you're just guessing.
Uroscopists believe that urine...
Gatorade bottle's the easiest, but you could pee in a water bottle. There was one time where, those like snack water bottles? There was one time I was at like a track meet, and I really had to pee. Or we were going to a track meet, and we only had those bottles, and I filled like 4 of them. It was like I was like bottling like alchemy, like or alchemist chemicals. It was like done. Had to cut the pee, throw it away, fill another one.
Was the end all be?
Dude, I told y'all there was one time we're going to a track meet that was far away. It was like 5 hours, and my friend had to pee, but he didn't have a water bottle, and everybody held their water bottle. Like we wouldn't stop. So all the guys had piss bottles. Like you would just drink water out of a bottle, and then you would pee in that bottle, and then you would dump it out at the track meet. Like when we got there. And, well, there was one time that I filled my water bottle and I still had to pee. So I went, I need to dump this out. So I didn't want to wait till we stopped fully. So I was like, oh, I'll just dump it out when we're going slow. And I'm sitting in the middle of the bus and I'm dumping the pee out. But the fucking wind resistance is just slapping the pee right into the side of the bus. So the whole side of the bus is covered in my piss. And so I just go, well, and I just pee in the bottle. We get to the meet, and I step out of the car, and bro, the whole side of the bus is just stained with piss. I just leave. I come back, the bus is clean. I guess the bus driver might have assumed something happened. But there was another time, it was a spring meet, and I don't know where we were driving, but we were driving far. And my friend had to pee, but he didn't bring a bottle, so he peed in a Dorito bag. But he filled it so much that he was holding it like this. And we hit like a speed bump, and he went, oop, and then the bottle just smacked the ground, and the piss went everywhere. The piss went everywhere. It starts like dripping down. It starts like dripping down the aisle. Oh my God, it was hilarious.
All for determining a person's health status, and thus it was the most important substance to study. The most telling quality of the urine was its color. So after collecting a fresh sample, a real fresh sample, the color was immediately observed. But a problem with qualitative analysis is that it's completely subjective, whereas quantitative is objective. When it comes to subjectivity, one PP doctor may interpret the same color differently than another. For objectivity,
gotta get multiple opinions then.
numbers are numbers. There's no argument there. In order to mitigate subjectivity and establish some sort of consistency, the PIS percipients often constructed quick reference guides,
a piss wheel of sorts, a color wheel,
to use as a standard for diagnosis, sharing their knowledge across heavily detailed manuscripts. As an example, if your urine was clear, you might have some spleen issues. If it was dark red, your liver's too hot. Green, you've got jaundice. Black, well,
yo, if I'm pissing green or black, it's over. You're bleeding like if you piss black, you're bleeding profusely into your urine, right? Like into your kidneys. Like you're gonna die. Like if you're pissing black.
Wait,
is black not normal? No. If you're pissing black in modern day, you just go to a hospital. But like if you're pissing black in like the fucking 1200s, you're fucking cooked.
Black urine a thing? Oh.
Wow. That's just blood. It's just bloody urine.
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be doing too well if you're ink.
Bro posted that shit on Reddit. Is this normal? Is this normal? Question mark.
You know, your dink. While you had the visual
fucking pee and grape juice
aspect, uroscopists also ventured down the avenues of smell and taste to solidify the reasonings if a diagnosis couldn't be immediately deciphered from color alone.
Wow, dude. Literally just smelling the fucking urine bottle.
Urine that tasted sweet was evidence of diabetes, whereas stinky pee-pee usually meant infection. Now, while this may seem
what if they were eating asparagus?
Silly looking at it through a modern lens, there was some validity to the practice. Uroscopists were able to properly diagnose conditions like diabetes and jaundice through their practices. Diagnosis was great and all, but without proper and effective treatment, you're not going to be making much progress, except just being closer to the grave. It's like if someone tells you, hey, your car is broken, and then proceeds to offer no meaningful solution. At that point, they're just taking the piss.
Garden hermit.
The ultra wealthy really love spending their money on stupid shit. They love it, in fact. When you've got more money than you could spend in 50 lifetimes, why not? Dumping the most expensive champagne on luxury watches, a fifth mansion on the beach, rigging elections, whatever tickles their sacks. But ostentatious spending is nothing new. You see, back in the 1700s, wealthy estate owners in England, Ireland, and Scotland were bored out of their skulls. I mean, think about it. The extent of dopamine rushes back then were what? Attending yet another opulent ball, hunting some wildlife, racing a horse or two, then putting them down when they don't win. And when you felt like a real degenerate, you had excessive gambling. But these frivolous activities got stale real quick. There needed to be something fresh, something grand, something right in your own backyard. That's when the idea of the English landscape garden started to bloom, transforming sprawling grounds of estates into picturesque and serene scenes. Replacing the clear-cut and formal gardens of their French counterparts, English landscapes were to appear engineered by nature itself, with natural slopes, ponds, groupings of trees and flowers, a nice boulder or two.
How is that interesting, though? Like, what? How does that provide entertainment? It's just like a better backyard.
Organic decoration. These established wonderful getaways for owners and guests alike to retreat and get in touch with nature. But for some, all the stone and trees and grass just wasn't cutting it. Something was missing, something human, like a person. Believe it or not, some wealthy fellas sought out to hire real-life people as decorations for their gardens. Take, for example, one Joseph Pocklington. Born into a wealthy banking family and receiving his inheritance at just 26 years old, his priority was to just spend the shit out of it. After all, what's the point of having money if you don't spend it? As my dad always tells me, you only live once, son. Enjoy it. Well, Mr. Pocklington over here made damn sure he was going to enjoy the life he was given. After purchasing his own private island on a lake, he commissioned the construction of his own armed fortress, a druid temple, and several natural grottos. In order to make the estate seem more lively, he advertised employment for a man to live in.
Wanted man for my garden. and he just watched the guy live in his garden. That is so fucking weird.
His garden, demanding that the man, quote, live for 7 years without washing or cutting his
Live for 7 years without washing or cutting his hair. So every day you just check up on like, oh, is this guy dead or not? He has to like, he's forced to just be in like some secluded area.
hair or nails. The man was to never speak or interact with any guests and would spend his lonely
Oh my God, you would have your own little gnome. Yeah, you would have like a guy that you would watch from afar and just be like, what's he doing today?
days in an artificial cave. The basic idea was for guests to observe a man in his most natural state, untouched by societal influence. If the man was able to carry out these conditions, he would be paid the equivalent of about $100,000 in today's money. Now that's spread over the whole 7 years, so
That is pretty bad. 100K in 7 years.
it's not really that much. But the position
But does he get fed or does he have to like hunt for food?
was dubbed the Ornamental Garden Hermit. Now get this, Pocklington was not the only fella to come up with this idea. Others employed their own hermits with much more lenient rules. Perhaps the most well-known example was the Hill family from Shropshire. Their botanical bro was dubbed Father Francis, and he fully interacted with guests, told stories, and dispensed his own wisdom, all while maintaining a mysterious yet comforting presence.
I want to see the hermit, mummy. I want to see the hermit.
The trend of the ornamental garden hermit lasted just over a century, finally being uprooted in the 1830s in favor of—
Yo, that really does suck as a job though. Like, I feel like I'd rather be the guy like having to like taste pee and shit than like actually just live alone for 7 years and not interact with humans. Like having a day job where you kind of look at pee and once in a while you got to drink the pee. It's like, that's better than being like actually fully alone. You would go insane, would you not? A part of your job requirement is you can't interact with anyone.
Of living statues. And to answer your—
That's horrible. Like you don't get to live. You're literally a hermit. You have to fucking live in a cave for 7 years.
Question, no. Garden gnomes were not inspired by the garden hermit. Those came from Germanic folklore, hundreds of years prior. But they'll still guard your garden as best they can.
Wow.
The worst jobs in—
All right, we gotta watch that another day now. We got a royal butt wiper. Oh my God. Watch that? No, we're gonna watch that another day. That's gotta be watched another day. That is so interesting. Royal butt wiper. And they've roped me back in.
Gamer gets cyberbullied at school.
Did you see Psycho Mantis stream yesterday with Sniper Wolf? It was so dumb.
Yeah, seriously. And just call her Sam. She's not even a real gamer. There she is.
She's not even a pro gamer. Call her Sam.
We watched you play Among Us last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I can't believe no one guessed you were the imposter.
Oh my God. We watched you play Among Us last night. You were like so pro gamer level. It was actually insane. Like Among Us is a competitive game.
It's gonna be Psycho Mantis. Her name's Sam. And what kind of dumb name is Psycho Mantis anyway?
That is kind of facts though. Psycho Mantis is a pretty gamer name. What's a good gamer name? XX. You always have to have the X and then capital X something XX. It has to be something like that.
That's so cool.
Oh, is that the new Darman hoodie?
Thanks,
It's not even that special. Anyone can buy that dumb merch. Besides, she's not even a real gamer. People only watch her videos to see Sniper Wolf.
Oh, pwned. Oh, shit. Bro didn't break eye contact. That's so weird. That's so weird. Bro just clapped him up or not clapped him up. Oh my God. Bro, dap. I know it's not called clapped. I know it's not called clapped. I know. Double for the sub.
It's okay. Don't listen to them. I think you're the best gamer out there.
Cringe.
OMG. Your mom drives a Tesla?
I bet you could buy one too, couldn't you?
Is driving a Tesla that impressive? Like, Teslas are actually getting pretty cheap in comparison to other cars. I mean, it depends what model of Tesla. Like, there's some Tesla models that are like actually almost the same price as like just general like Ford or Honda.
If it isn't Sam, the wannabe streamer. You know, just because you have some followers and money doesn't make you better than anyone.
What? Of course not. I would never think that.
Yeah, right. Show off. You're not even a real gamer.
Because her mom owns a nice car. Yeah, right. Show off. I see your mom driving a Tesla. I see your mom driving a Tesla Model 3. Fucking show off. What do you think? You're better than everybody? They're just driving a car. They're not even showing it off. The mom's picking her up from school.
You're just some girl that got lucky. That's all.
See you guys later.
I do have, dude, a lot of people, like, this is actually, like, they're exaggerating it to a bit, or to a degree, but there are people that are like that. Like, I've had so many people just say, oh, like, I will say I got lucky with social media for sure. But, like, I've had some people say, oh, it's just luck. Anyone could do what you do. Like, don't be happy or some shit. I'm like, well, then why don't you do it? Like, that's what I don't get. When people are like, you just got lucky. Like, yes, luck is a factor. But saying you just got lucky, anyone could do what you do. Well, yeah, but why don't you do it then?
See you guys later.
Oh, hey, honey, I'm over here.
Mom, you gotta be kidding me. You can't be driving a Volkswagen around here. You can't be letting people know that you're picking me up in a Volkswagen, Mom. You can't. You can't do that. Look, they just rode out in a Tesla, bro. Come on.
Mom, what are you doing? I said pick me up in the back of the school. I don't want people seeing our crappy car.
It's not even a shitty car. It's like it's like an okay car. It's like an average car.
Sorry, honey, she was stalling again. But she's all good now. Let's get going.
Hey guys, today we're
Oh my god, what a shitty stream overlay. Chat, should I make mine look like that? Fucking full screen, I have Fortnite in the background. Hey guys. Hey guys, just a Fortnite fucking background. Hey guys, today we're gonna be playing Fortnite.
Guys, today we're gonna be playing Fortnite with Sniper Wolf.
Hello, friends, it's me, and we're about to get this game started.
Okay, I'm landing at that house.
Cool. Landing at the house next to you. Whoa, there are a lot of...
The fucking 7,000 people are watching that shit. The most boring ass commentary I have ever heard in my entire life. All right, I'm landing here. Okay, I am landing next to you. Fucking NPC conversations. Holy shit.
And we're about to get this game started.
Have a talk with chat. When I play Fortnite, I talk to chat. You don't even really talk about the game. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Sitting there. All right, I'm landing here. I am now running over to the bush on my left.
Started.
Okay, I'm landing at that house.
Cool. Landing at the house next to you. Whoa.
Bro just said, bro, you see those chats? You see those fake ass chats though? You guys should drop Lake.
Cool. Landing at the house next
Yeah, drop Lake.
to you.
Sweet new skins.
Whoa.
In what world is Twitch chat that positive? In what world is Twitch chat that positive? Sweet skins. What is that, a Nick A30 chat? Holy shit. Great job, Joe. You'll get him next time, man. No. Are you fucking kidding me? Whole time I'm playing Fortnite. Your ass. You suck. Oh my god. You're bad at the game. Why did you drop there? Fucking mega shit. This stream is so boring, dude. I don't even want to watch it, Joe. You're an NPC, honestly. Exactly.
Oh, there are a lot of comments coming in. You should read some of them.
Okay, let's see. Benji98 says, love watching your streams.
Don't read their name. Don't read. If you will prolong the process of reading chats if you have to read every chatter's fucking name. Holy shit, that'll take 10 years. That'll take 10 years. Noah F0204 says, goodbye. I'm Rosie00 says, loving the stream. Haha, good job. Like, that is the most NPC shit ever. Just read the chat.
Oh, thanks. Okay, GameRatJoe12 says, hey, wannabe gamer girl.
I'm waiting for her to read a shitty chat. Oh! There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. See, that's where I'm gonna say I'm waiting for that shit. When I look over and it says, Joe, you're the most boring streamer I've ever seen in my entire life. I actually hate you. You're the scum of the earth. Okay, thank you. And then you move back.
GameRatJoe12 says, hey, wannabe gamer girl, you really suck.
And Sniper Wolf ain't saying shit. And Sniper Wolf ain't saying shit. Oh, God.
Hey, guys, we're gonna take a quick break. Hey, are you alright?
Nah, you ain't end stream. You ain't end stream. You don't take no quick break. They just went offline. You ain't go offline. You're dealing with some shit. You go blank screen and you come back. If you end stream and restart, everybody knows Twitch Noti only comes out every 2 hours, bitch. Everybody knows Twitch. Yeah, nah, that shit. Nah. Have fun. All right, you got 8K viewers. You end stream, restart stream. All right, yeah, now you got 100 viewers. That's how that shit works. You ain't end stream.
Just not feeling it today.
Tell me what's wrong.
There's this kid at school and he's always been making fun of me, and I'm pretty sure he's the one making those mean comments.
There was like 100 people making those comments. The fuck are you talking about? He's the only one. There was like, dude, why is this shit highlighted? There was literally people spamming it.
Maybe he's right. Maybe I shouldn't be a gamer.
Don't worry about him. He's probably just taking out his own problems on you.
It just...
You know the wackest streams? When like mega famous people go live, they'll have like 10,000 viewers and the most dead chat ever. The most dead chat ever.
It really hurts, you know?